Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please take seats for those who wish to attend the meeting. My name is Emmanuel Letey. I'm chief editor of L'Usine Nouvelle, and we'll discuss a very fascinating energy agriculture at the heart of transition. Of course, usually, well, we oppose the two professions, and you will see that as we will move on in the discussion, we'll see that there are more points of agreement than disagreement. But first, as the tradition stands, I will let Eric Labaye, our coordinator, who is president of the School of Polytechnics, who entered the top 40 of the best schools in the world. You know, you can give him a round of applause. Thank you. 38. I could have said the top 38. It sounds even better. But anyway, Eric, I'll let you do the introduction and set the framework for this discussion. Hello. Yes, I'll start first by reminding you that a bottom trend that we could forget that lead to the major question on energy in agriculture is demographics. Just a couple of figures. We had 2.2 billion consumers in 1990. Now we got about 4 billion, 5.5 in 2030, and 6 to 7 in 2050. So you can see that in 40, 50 years, there is a tension on resources because those consumers will consume energy and agriculture. Yeah, multiplied by 5 or 6. And so what results from this demographic trend? First, how can we do decarbonation? We all know with the ambition of do net zero in 2050. Let me remind you that today 50% of energy consumption is energy. So we discuss how to decarbonate energy, but when we see the global growth between now and 2050, we have to remove 75% of carbon content of the energy industry. So it's a massive challenge. Second element for agriculture, it's about 20-25% of greenhouse gases. So more on methane, azote peroxide, but again, you know, major for the decarbonation of agriculture. Second challenge for demographic growth, simply can we support development to feed the planet? Or we know today that there are many topics around the rarefication of, well, scarcity of water. Do we have enough material? We work with a finite Earth with exponential growth for the material request. Second challenge that we'll discuss, can we support this demographic growth around agriculture? So, 4 topics which I think should be addressed in terms of solutions. So do we modify the modes of production? We know production for renewable energy, what's the rate, the scale at which we move forward with renewable energy. Second topic on the agricultural side, can we do agriculture without fertilizer? Because there is high growth, increase of agricultural production with fertilizers, but can we do this for 5-6 billion consumers without fertilizers? Then innovation. Do we have new sources of energy, new sources of production, new plants, new seeds, crops that could help us in these food and decarbonated systems? Then, are we able to lower the energy consumption, the food consumption? Of course, there is a problem of energy efficiency. We got polytechnics who have a laboratory on the energy efficacy. So, and we can see it from the agricultural consumption. So, can we lower the individual consumption? Do we deal with obesity, with the problem of mix animal vegetal, because a large part of greenhouse gas come from the cattle farming or animal breeding? And what about waste? Because most studies show that in the agro-food production chain, there's 1/3 of wastage on unused products. So could we reduce this, reuse it, or not produce it, which would avoid putting tension on the resources? Fourth topic to be discussed, circular economy. You know, we want to reduce production. Do we improve production, reduce consumption? So what about the circular economy, which goes for massive reuse of material? We see it in production material of goods, but in agricultural domain, do we have a reuse of materials? Should we also rethink the mode of design? From the beginning of consumption, should we have an eco-consumption that will make it possible to do recycling and therefore to reuse materials for concerned material for increasing usage. And last point I mentioned, so why did we put agriculture and energy in the same round table, is that there is a major link between the two. 20% of renewable energy in France comes from the agriculture, biomass, sun, wind. So a major part, 3% of global production comes from agriculture. But second, there is also competition almost between energy and agriculture for the surface area available. Do we use, farming land, arable land to produce energy? So there is a whole issue that will be discussed in roundtable. Can we have sun power field and agricultural field? So about sharing the surface. So it protects from the sun, it preserves water, but it also produces energy. So this is the four domains: mix of production, demand, circular economy, and a balance between agriculture and energy, in order to solve two major problems: decarbonation of industries and support the global demography. So thank you, Eric, for this introduction. Thank you very much for this introduction, which sets the discussion. So for the fourth point is probably going to be discussed most, because by preparing my intervention, I realized that there are more links between agriculture and energy. When I had to prepare the roundtable, I thought, it's weird, we got everything on the table, but I think we'll do it. So let me introduce the speakers in alphabetical order, so there will be no ego. Xavier Barbaro, President and Director General of Neonen; Cécile Belliot, Director General of the Bell Group; Arnaud Rousseau, President of FNSEA, the French Farmers Union; Olivier Scalabre, Head of Stonebuck, and Thierry Vergniaud, Director General in charge of onshore at Iberdrola France. We'll start with you, Arnaud Rousseau. Let me remind you, you're the boss of the FNSEA, the National Agricultural Union. I'll look at the number of fans, the number of boys. I see the number of people who actually are burning hot. So this is the weather in July and October. Though there is a necessary adaptation to climate change. What I like is that when we prepared the presentation with your teams, I think you're clearly on the, well, it's a fact. So it's a fact. Let's turn it into an opportunity rather than a constraint. Yeah, indeed. At the FNSA, we consider that this climate change for farmers is a fact, it's a reality. Harvest events by about, by several months over in the last 15 years. The FNSA published a report, Climate Change, an Opportunity for Agriculture. Well, it's an opportunity because eventually, in view of all the challenges you mentioned, two stakes. Well, feed the population, to feed a population that is growing, and this is a demographic issue, and the other one, how can you deal with decarbonation? But agriculture is at the crossroad of the two challenges, because it has the ability to do decarbonation, forest and ocean, but it has also the duty to feed populations. So when you are at the crossroad of challenges as they appear today, in the farming world, agricultural, you've got responsibility and challenges. Now, before talking about challenges as climate change, well, there are a few challenges. The first one is the economy, that of sovereignty and competitiveness and overall. But I'd like to remind you anyway that agriculture in Europe is about 1% of capitals. It doesn't make investors dream. These are hourly work volume, about 50, 60 hours. And it is the socio-professional category which works most. And the most, and revenues, well, fairly limited. So you can see the first challenge, it is that of competitiveness of the business. European farms have different sizes, but they face a problem of competitiveness and income for those who work the land. And also there's a problem of renewal of generation. Some jobs will have to attract new talents with the equation I described, and they have a role to answer the societal equation. So what do we do in those days? And we think we are still we're part of the solution. Cécile Belliot, I saw you move your head in agreement. So do we group, you do the vache qui rit, which is a sort of a spread cheese. So agriculture, energy, based on what Arnaud just said, how do you see the transition of your business model? Approve, because the discussion was well set. If I give you just the figures that have been given by this EOCD, and I will not talk about 2050, I will talk about 10 years' time. 10 years is not that much. 2022, 32. Well, the request for foodstuff will increase by 15% between now and 2032. Growth will come. Where would growth come from? Asia, India, the most populated country, China, India, where middle classes do gain access to better food, and sub-Saharan Africa. And then let's say something. Well, we'll say today the model, what does it create? It creates 800 million people who are poorly fed, and 800 million children in malnutrition. So, I mean, that's malnutrition is not a business. Food is not a business. It's a human right. We have, every human being, you know, you want to feed your children 3 times a day. Differently, it's like housing, like health. So, when we follow this observation, in a group like Bell, well, in fact, it's a family business, 150-year-old. So my only obsession is how will I develop a company that will be operating in the next 100 years. So when you think like that, we cannot ignore what is behind food and nutrition, you know, and then it means the health of people, climate, of course, major loss of biodiversity. It is also, of course, the topic of well-being of those who feed us, because I always say, I feed 1,000 people. If I don't have milk, or if I don't have apples, I won't make any products. So the problem of the model as it exists today is that it causes pauperization of upstream, those who feed us, actually. So if we do not pull out, still today, the laws did not change anything. Of course they have. But again, I will show you what we do and how we do it. If you look at the model as a whole, we'll do a model that will not make it possible to feed the 10 billion people, because there is a form of paradox in the time scale. We have to act so we'll have to act now, because everything we'll do will take time. Agriculture is long, it's time. Climate and climate challenges, water, loss of biodiversity, and the link between the health and food is today. Let me give you one figure, which is an illustration of the problem of the model we have. Two. First figure, I am back from Indonesia. I was there 2 weeks ago. Indonesia is a country where basically the population has increased and has become richer, so they get better food. They feed themselves more. We got data about nutritional deficiencies in Indonesian population, and we got the same data 10 years ago. So we'll say, okay, since we contributed to the enrichment of this population, how did we provide progress of this population for this population? Do you know how much we progressed? By how much we progressed? I don't know. Well, I don't know. 0. There has been no. All deficiencies, food deficiencies that existed in Indonesia 10 years ago still exist. In the mineral, calcium, etc., etc. Obesity has progressed. So we feel more calories, you know, they're empty calories. this is what happens. Second figure I want to share with you. The emerging countries that make progress, if they were to adopt the same food diet as the rich countries, us, all those here in the room, if they adopt the same food diet, you know, there's more protein than today because malnutrition is in their countries, we will exceed by 260% the carbon trajectory of the Paris Agreement. So, the stake is upstream to transition and to adopt farming methods which are really sustainable, and there are solutions, but also we have to explain that if we, rich countries, do not change the way we feed ourselves, there is no chance, but absolutely no chance that no chance to solve the climate rules. Okay, what you mean is that we should deduce as they will have to increase. Very good point, because no, we can't eat less, but we can eat better. We don't want to eat less, we want to eat better, and I will talk about the solution, but that's what is at stake. We have to produce better, and we have to eat better. Okay, well, that's most important. Thierry Vernier, move on to you. You're one of the managers of Iberdrola Group. Tell us what you do in one word, in a couple of words. This is why I found this fascinating, that you're on the same table. You are reshuffling the model, because the best solution before you produce the best energy is the one you don't consume. Sobriety is fashionable for you too? Sobriety, well, first, I will tell you a few words about Iberdrola, because we don't have the notoriety. This is a company which has been operating for 30 years. We invested 130 billion in the last 20 years. We do investment between 2030 that will ramp up to 150 billion in the world. It's an international group. We are present on the 5 continents, and France as well, of course. Men and women who work hard in this group, so 40,000 employees. And we got 100 million clients, because we sell energies to our customers in different parts of the world. In terms of production capacity, we were one of the first to go massively to renewable energy. So we have a production potential of about 60 gigawatts in the world, and the part which is renewable energy, dams, photovoltaic, and is about 39 gigawatts. In France, we've been present for about 20 years. We've developed wind farms, photovoltaic farms, and we are happy with the position of Polytechnic in the great schools. And we injected the first electrons of the second wind farm, 500 megawatt wind farm with 62 wind turbines, which will be finalized. It's one of the largest in France, second in France.
And the 62 wind turbines will be completely connected by the end of the year. And 1 year before the Olympic Games, we have the joy of being on the winner's podium. So the models change, of course, and are shifting. The fact that we have wind farms and solar farms throughout the land means that we are in contact with the farmers. We are in contact with local communes in different rural zones. There are all kinds of restraints as to where we can place our wind farms, so we are in contact with local populations and with farmers, and all of the landowners from whom we rent the land to make these wind farms, well, most of them, they are farmers. And so quite naturally, the topic of energy is broached. We are in that discussion, and so we ask them what we can help with agriculture, etc. And finally, in terms of frugality, we have specialists who look at energy frugality, who identify our consumption rates and identify how we can reduce energy consumption, because energy that we do not consume is the best energy that exists, but that's not enough. We saw that last winter as well. So Xavier Barbaro, let me ask you more or less the same question. I'm not sure that everybody knows familiarly what you do. You are a French player, so let's spotlight France. On this question of frugality, it's part and parcel of the DNA of your company's creation. Your company is called NEON. Yes, it's a French business. We've been around for 14 years now. We were a startup, then we became a SME, and now we're floated on the stock exchange. So it's interesting to listen. There are 100 times less of us than in my neighbour's company, but are we 100 times less efficient? Who knows? We do solar energy, we do wind energy. We're present in Australia and in the Scandinavian countries also, and we recognize a lot of the words that are being spoken. And I think with this farming world and with the agro-food industry, we are conscious of the challenges, the frugality, the sovereignty issues, and we too are trying to respond to the need for energy. I mean, you don't want to have to choose between eating and switching the lights on. It's a fundamental need for human beings to have access to energy, and there are existing needs which are very high, and in the future those needs will increase. We don't want to be opposite to the farming world. You're rather in a partnership, would one say. Perhaps partnership is too strong a term. No, it's quite a legitimate term. We were the first with the National Sheep Section Federation to work together. We work on solar energy plus sheep farming. And so we are working on the sheep farming side of things, but 2/3 of our company's sun energy projects in France are go hand in hand with farming. So on the one hand, we work hand in hand with the farmers. We work together on a project which will enhance or increase or sustain their farming industry while they produce energy as well. So we want to coexist with the farming world, and we try to think very carefully about that, in particular in light of experience that is being gleaned abroad in Latin America, in Australia, etc. And of course the question of storage is important. So you need less agricultural land if you could store the energy. Yes, you need to first of all focus on production, solar or wind. If you can stock the energy that you create, then you don't need as many wind turbines and solar panels, etc. But now there are more and more. Europe is hanging a bit, is at the back of the class really, in terms of this, but we hope to solve this problem. It's a problem for all of us here. We want to have greener energy, we want to be more sovereign, we want it to be cheaper. And so people don't always listen to us, but we know we're going in the right direction. Let's move on now to the next, Olivier Scalabre. I was very surprised from BCG. You said before this round table that let's not make the mistake of opposing these two sectors. On the contrary, both sectors have to work together. Is that more or less your message, Olivier Scalabre? Yes, indeed. Indeed. We are a consultancy firm. We help major businesses to transform. They are big businesses in the energy sector, but also in the food sector. And that gives us a kind of transversal view of those two sectors. And I do believe there's a lot of complementarity between those two business sectors. So we've got that traditional image of the farmer or the fisherman who might be against wind turbines. But in fact, these two sectors can succeed together. 75% of carbon is produced by these two sectors together. Also, both sectors need each other. And so the success of one depends on the success of the other. Energy needs farmers, needs farming land. That can be very harmonious, as Xavier has pointed out. And we also need agricultural resources to produce energy, i.e. biomass. Biomass accounts for 6% of the energy mix here in France. And if we want to reach the 1.5 degree scenario, then that 4% sector is really important. We need to add 150 tetrawatts per hour of capacity in the biomass, and that corresponds more or less to 1/3 of farming land that is used. So that is a huge chunk. I think the farming world needs energy also, first and foremost, because if energy does not reduce its carbon footprint, then I think the farming world, etc., is going to just explode. And it's a source of revenue as well for farmers. So today there are only 10% of farmers who take advantage of energy production. But of course things will change with the French laws which are being introduced. Yeah, and for me, this is an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity for farmers. And you have to find a right balance for the two sectors to coexist. And I think the keystone is going to be farming land, but also biomass and conflicts of usage. So we need farmland, and there's not a lot of it. Are we going to use it for energy or for food or for carbon sinks? I think today the farmer is going to be the guardian of the temple. He or she will hold the keys. Yes, let's continue. Yes, let's not put them on opposite sides, because they have very shared factors. We need to work on those common denominators. There are common denominators, of course, because both sectors are in transition right now. And the transition is quite a challenge. The challenges are the same, irrespective of which industry you're talking about. I can talk about three challenges which are very, very close in both sectors. Firstly, we've got the technological challenge. So we've seen that we need to be more frugal, but we will need technology to be successful. So you're a techno solutionist? Well, let's not fall into that trap. But when we're talking about energy, if we have the keys to reduce the carbon footprint of 50–60%, then of the carbon emissions for the 50 or 60% that remains, then we'll need hydrogen, we'll need storage capacity, we will need carbon sinks, and these are technological challenges. In the farming world, we need technologies also. We need robotics, AI. We also need chemicals, etc. So it's not so much a question of discovering new technologies, because loads of them already exist. We need to put them up to scale as quickly as possible. If you just talk quickly about energy, today, if we want to respect that 1.5 degrees, then these new technologies, hydrogen, carbon sinks, stockage, etc., have to be with us within the next 5 years. If you take a look at solar and wind energy, 15% to 15 years to go from the prototype to actually using it. So we really need to speed things up, speed the technologies up. The second joint challenge pertains to funding. We need such a lot of money in these two transitions. 37,000 billion are necessary for the energy transition. 8,000 billion are necessary for the farming transition. And today, we spend about half of that each year. So we need to have players in the financial sector. So you have to stick to your financial targets if we are to satisfy our ecological targets. We have to double up, in fact, have to double our speed. In terms of energy, new technologies need welders, for example. EDF, Urano are going to train 5,000 welders per year. And that's not enough. In the farming world, we need to train up the entire industry, and the farmers need regenerative farming. So we heard this question of balance, so that we can have electricity and food in the future, and that both sectors will move forward hand in hand together. So from the FNSEA, Arnaud Rousseau, what do you have to say about that? Well, neither party can advance on their own. It's very important to work with others. So the first thing that has been said, which I'd like to come back on, because in farming, this is quite a paradox. The first thing is that we need to produce. And I'm saying this because sometimes the FNSEA talk about, they say we're productivists, but it's not that. But it is important to continue to produce. And quite uniquely here in Europe, because on many fronts, Europe has lost market share and Europe has lost its dynamic. The second point is that we need progress. And this word is challenged today. Progress is not only technology, unbridled technology. We need to continue to be able to move forward. Let's take a concrete example. We've got some talks in Brussels about new techniques for selecting genes. So we're going to have to give a framework to that, which is quite necessary, so that we can move forward. And in the future, we're going to have plants, varieties that use less water, that need fewer pesticides, that are better adapted to the climate. So we need progress. We also need to territorialize our solutions, because the constraints aren't the same here in the south of France or up in the north of France, for example. Here we've got very little land available in the south. In other areas there's more land, such as in other parts of Europe there's less urbanization, so the solutions are not going to be the same depending on where we're talking about. And solutions are changing all the time. We didn't imagine that we'd be able to grow rapeseed and sunflowers in the north of France, but they are creeping up to the north of France. Yeah, for rape, yes, we have been producing that. Sunflowers are creeping up to the north of Europe as well, because farmers are adapting and because the way that they're rotating their crops is evolving also. But what I'm saying is there's going to be territorialization. We also need to talk in a calm way about the means of production and water, because whenever you talk about farming, whether you're talking from biomass or whatever, you're going to need water. And in the context that we're living in today, we're going to have to use water better, particularly when it's abundant. In winter, we're going to have to be very careful from one region to the next where the situations are different. Overall, we have more rain, which is falling in a different pattern nowadays. So you're asking for France to do things that it doesn't know how to do, i.e. use wastewater. Can you use drinking? You're not going to use drinking water to water a field. Yes, storage over the winter, for example. Using driplet watering systems. In farming, 30% of water is used, 30% less water is used today than in the past, and the figures in the biomass are also impressive. So perhaps in the future, in the planet, there'll be all kinds of solutions that can be used for water, and we'll need to adopt those solutions. Just another couple of words. We will need public policy to be continuous, to last over time. That means that we're going to need decisions, because when you're in this kind of long-term model with a lot of transition, you can't just change direction right and left depending on which political party is in power. You need consensus, which means that we can look further into the distance and head towards that more distant point. We need public policy to be stable, because we're going to need massive investments, particularly in farming, because if we want to rise to the challenge of production, feeding, biomass, evolution of the different systems, in a model which is going to be different from one part of the planet to another, well, we're going to need massive investment, and we are going to need to restore trust and confidence in that fair distribution of values, because in between the farmers and those who are not farmers, if we want to be better performing in the future, we have to be able to share value fairly. The farmers have got used to producing a lot. They know what the problems are with the hypermarkets and the retail chains. And before knowing which technique they're going to use, etc., they have to understand what value is going to be generated and how that value is going to be shared. So yes, that's you've just heard that you're going to have to pay a price, but let's give you a couple of moments to think about that. Cécile, in the meantime, let me come to you. You are an industrialist, as we've understood earlier on. You are a link in this value chain. You are a vital link in that chain. Arnaud Rousseau thinks that you have to pay a little bit before, those in the middle have to pay also, and then the retail chains are going to have to pay also. But in concrete terms, how can we change the situation? You made an observation earlier on, but that wasn't a solution. Yes, I think it's important for us to note that everyone has observed what's happening, but what is interesting to us is taking action right now. Let me give you an illustration of 3 different ways of acting. It's not that difficult after all. The first thing that we do is to work in partnership with the farmers so that the farming becomes regenerative. Regenerative farming, well, you can talk about, do we need to invent a machine to capture carbon? I think it already exists, and it's called the ground. The basic, yes, but we're saying that we need carbon sinks alongside that. And agricultural land isn't enough. But it is interesting just to think about that, because everything is in nature. The ground, when it is healthy, it captures carbon. It doesn't need fertilizer to produce. It is better at capturing water. It fosters biodiversity. The methods, we know them. These are agroecology. Why do we not make that transition a bit more swiftly? Because when you've got farming upstream that doesn't know what it's going to be earning at the end of the month, you can talk about the end of the planet, but the farmer's not going to shift. At Bell, at our company, the things which we have changed is the upstream part of the dairy sector. It was because in 2017 we decided in France what we were going to do. We defined the price of milk, which does not depend on the market price. We are not defining the price of milk in terms of the ups and downs, but on terms of the production of the farmers. And we've got bonuses for ecological transitioning. And that costed us 10 million per year in France. So that's 50 million over 5 years. And when we do that, the magic of the system is that the farmers, who are entrepreneurs, they're businessmen. So what does that mean? So 1 year, 100% of our farms, we've got 800 farms in France, 800 of them have got milk produced out in the meadow. The farms go, the cows go out into the field. They're outside in the fresh air in the meadow, and when they're outside they emit less methane, because a cow should not naturally be eating soya all day and be kept indoors. That's not natural. So we do a turning system for the meadows. So the cow and the breeding activity has a role. You need a cow breeding, for example, and the cows will produce natural fertilizer. Another example is protein. Our milk is non-NGOs. We feed our cows on soya, which comes from Brazil, and prevents deforestation.
Deforestation is not caused by the people in Brazil, it is caused by us because of the way we feed ourselves and the type of agriculture we've launched. So this agricultural model. So who pays the additional 50 million? Today, well, the advantage is that we are a family business and we think long term. So 50 millions, we deal with that. The thing I'm absolutely convinced of is that if we keep going, in narrative that is to oppose poor of the cities against the poor of the countryside, we won't find any solution. And we got a true topic, which is sustainable agriculture is more expensive. So therefore, here collectively, we have to be involved. But there is one topic which is real, and I don't want to ignore that, which is the food precarity in France. You know, malnutrition, or before the inflation grade, 8 million people. It was food insecurity, possibly. Well, but we could talk about like food social security, or how can we, the state, can we help those families which are in such situation? But all the others who spend 14% of their money in food, they can do the additional investment. And I even think that if every inhabitant were aware of what nutrition means, with the health of the ground, the health of nature, we put them on it. Except there is no awareness. People are not aware. We're kind of illiterate in this domain. Second leverage, as I said, is how we help. Can we help balance your diet, your nutrition? You want to lower your carbon impact tomorrow morning, but tomorrow morning, change the way you feed yourself. You get half of the plate are fruits and veggies. 15% of the plate is 15% vegetable protein. So what is my role? Is to give you the appetite to change your nutrition. It must be products are expensive. Yeah, except that once more, as you were saying, what is at stake is the scaling. Therefore, the solution is to change the behavior of consumers, because it is the consumer that will make it possible to scale up. And solutions do exist. We work with startups which work on the wealth available in terms of vegetal proteins, but they are not scaled up today. So of course, we are going well beyond the speaking time. So let's have a last tour. So Xavier Bernard, I'll move on to you, and then Thierry Vergniaud. This idea of balance, which was fascinating. So this, you are energetic, but you're also dealing with sun power. Well, this is something we've developed here outside of France. We do now. It is a great way to reconcile several things that have been said. We heard early on that there is a need for high capital for transition. We do have capital, but what we don't have is project access to the capital market, to the lenders is fluid. Many loaners are ready to get involved, but the reality is that we don't have raw material to give them. We don't have projects for sun power plant or wind farms. So what we want to do at Direct is to have more projects, and we want to show our capability to develop new products, especially with an agricultural dimension. So we're sharing value. Yes, of course, we're ready to share value, and we want to provide the agricultural farm more financial resources. Finance is not a dirty word. Yeah, no. We're here for 30 years. Of course, we'll pay rents, we share revenues, but we're probably the best channel between the financial world, that are investors, loaners, and the agricultural world, because we have the ambition to produce more. Producing is not a rude word, and we want to show our ability to combine the two worlds. Today, in Germany, there is a successful case, the success story where the world of energy and agriculture have I'm not sure France wants to go to a German model, So we do. No, I'll stay in my domain. I don't want to talk about mechanization or number of cows per farm, but German farmers took advantage in of the wind farm and the sun power than do from sun power and wind farms. Through my business, I want to give them additional fees, stable revenues over 20, 30 years, so that farmers can make their decision for investment to ensure the durability and profitability of their farm. I'd love to be this conveyor belt or this transmission belt between energy and farming, between agriculture and energy. So we want to produce more. We want to until 5 years ago, France was the electrical water tower, but now we're asking for electricity because we don't produce. So, and today, not only renewable is a good solution when it comes to production and to some of decarbonation, but it is the cheapest source of energy. Wind farms and sun power farms will enable us to share with the agricultural world the value and we added the savings. So for me, Pedro, do you work on the development of agriculture or a different model? You got well, we have about all types of development, but on this notion of sharing of value, we are very active in France Agrovoltaïs to push this domain. This professional structure is controlled by the FNSE, so we don't have any problem discussing with the agricultural world so that there is a sharing, but there is a sharing and a balance at one stage. We don't want this notion of energy, we don't want to prevail over agriculture, so we need to develop a whole set of technologies and know-how based on the type of farms of culture, so that it will be something that that thing should be balanced. Now, let me reposition what is at stake when we come to agrovoltaism. In 2025, the speed at which we can get authorization and the that red tape can be a problem. If we say there will be 2 gigawatts of installed in 2025, it means that 2 gigawatts are already being studied, engineered, whatever. So it is something fairly precise. In 2026, just behind that, it won't be that more important. It will be about 3 gigawatts. So we are at the bottom of the curve. Now, when it becomes interesting, and this is what is at stake in this discussion with the farming world and with the energy experts, in 2030, we will have 60% of this total sun power that will be agrovoltaism, because don't look for quarries and so on and so forth. There is, so what is at stake? One of the problems to find land that would facilitate energy production, well, it is with the agricultural farm, and then there will be 60 to 80 gigawatt out of the 120 planned in 2050. So today, you talked early on about the milk production and so on and so forth. We've developed technologies. We responded to the call for tenders from ADM for small units, 3 megawatts. We won with an improvement of wheat milk production in the east. So there are several topics that are taking place, but they should move on to another step. And the other step is not achieved. And finally, and I'll close on that, if we remain Franco-French, we won't succeed. Today, we clearly have the opportunity to have a vision of a certain number of countries. Today, Spain faces is launching a tendering process for agro-photovoltaic farms, but technologies, well, there are a few technologies which are emerging, but they won't be sufficient. So there is a capex, an economic challenge. I mean, we should have enough projects, as you said, enough project authorized, enough technologies to be developed so that, economically speaking, they could be realistic. One last roundtable will succeed if you all have 1 minute 30. Arnaud Rousseau, you said early on, we're talking about solutions, so when we see the discussions around the mega basins and what happened in Nantes, elsewhere, so discussion on animal breeding. Some countries said that they will destroy part of the accounts in animals. So how can you convince when you get a feeling that the discussion is blocked? Well, we can convince people because the principle of reality in agriculture, it's always there. Some of our compatriots didn't like the nuclear power plants, but you know, when they realized that well, last winter there could have been power shortages, you know, the public opinion evolved. I'm convinced that in agriculture, people will become aware of the usefulness of producing food and continue energy production. Let me remind you just that French agriculture is acknowledged by several international organisms as one of the most sustainable. So, of course, each time we ask ourselves the question, is it good? We have to see what is the alternative. What could be the alternative? What else? What could be the, what could we do? Something better in a durable way in a modern world. Well, we have to find balance in everything, and we will need to share, because if agriculture is a solution, it's not the only one. We talk about water, of course. There is drinking water, there is the sharing. When we talk about the techniques, we know what we need to do to have a lesser impact tomorrow, to restore biodiversity where agriculture has an impact, and tomorrow it can come. So we don't want to ignore problems. We want to align people who want to work to find solutions. And I leave aside everything that is degrowth, degrowth or anti-capitalism. So I want concrete solutions for farmers and to make sure that we move on. We'll have to find balances, because let me say one word about proteins. Let's not oppose animal protein and vegetable proteins. We are convinced that both should play a role, and if we want to preserve the prairies, which are carbon sinks, we'll have to put cows on them. In some territories in France and in Europe and in the world, there are locations where we won't put just animals because the environment doesn't make it possible to do farming or in different ways. So let's say that there is a very French model. No. When we look at what is at stake, we still need one to talk about the scope, and France is not enough. We need Europe. Second, we need to talk about coherence, and then we talk about investment. We look ahead, and agriculture wants to meet the two challenges. We don't want to drop food production, but we have to ensure the challenges of production of biomass. And alors, the thing, Belio, how could we have healthy, sustainable food in 2030? Well, this is exactly what I explained. The energy we deployed, the mass leverage is individual. You make choices, you all enter shops, you all decide what you put in your plate, the valorization you put in or not. There is a topic you mentioned, that food wastage. So 30% of the food is wasted. Why in France? More than 20% of what you put in your fridge is wasted because you don't pay any attention to it. This is what it is. So I think you are it is your choice to work differently, to act differently. Don't blame. We're together on the same round table. We have relationship with distributors who grow and who evolve, and we are able to have partnership with them because for the whole chain, the distributor doesn't just distribute, he selects. Each time he puts a product in a store, he selects the product, he chooses the product. He has a major impact on the way people feed themselves, but they are dealing with this. They see it as this. Thierry Berniaud, securization of the model, renewable, will have to prove that they're a true alternative. Yes, we are developing renewable energy projects strongly. There are two challenges. First, we don't want to oppose people or domains, farmers or energy producers, elected officials, state services. We want to make them work together. We want to be able to produce the gigawatts announced and that we need. And the major challenge is to do our best to have territorial appropriation. That's the real challenge we face. Xavier Barbaro. So I was talking about sharing, but two set things to it. We paid 10% of our turnover for the rents, or the owners who get their products. The more we grow, the more money we pay. You know, so I think it's great, but to look at the topic in another angle for our customers, regardless of our customers, clients, we want to provide electricity, green and fresh electricity, and 20% cheaper than all the other conventional alternatives. The larger we'll grow, the more we'll share with the farm world, the agricultural world, and will be a factor of competitiveness for our customers, and especially for the agro-food industry. Olivier Scalabre.
Il faut créer des écosystèmes. Si on doit faire un pré-résumé avant Eric Lavaille, et après on va se faire hurler dessus, donc vraiment vous tenez la ligne.
Tac.
En fait, vous souvenez vraiment.
Do you remember at the time of COVID, Schneider Electric and Air Liquide who got together and they fabricated breathing devices? Well, that's the same thing. We got producers, we got industrialists, startups, and consumers. Well, all this, you know, we need coalition, and all those players work together. It's not even within the same chain of value, because agriculture and energy will function together. I think the private sector will have to function as an ecosystem.
Vous pouvez l'applaudir d'avoir donné la minute. Éric Lavaille, pour l'école polytechnique et notre modérateur, on a de la chance aujourd'hui. Pour votre conclusion, je vous ai vu prendre plein de notes pendant la table ronde. Vous l'avez inventé là en plus, la conclusion.
Absolument.
So, conclusion, 3 points. First, we had the demonstration of complementarity between industries. That was not obvious for everybody, but production of energy for agriculture, the question of assignment of or utilization of farmland. Well, we'll have continue. Second element, there are solutions. We talked early on about production, new modes of production and sobriety. We got many examples. There are working axes on both. It does exist, technology exists, innovation is there, know-how is there. And therefore, the third point is that speed and scale. How do we go now from this solution, from the scale, but not just in France, but everywhere? You know, most consumers today are in Europe. So how do we go to the scale if in 2050 we want to achieve the objectives of the Paris Agreement? We have to change drastically. And the last point is that we have enough time to talk about it, but what is the economic equation? What are the incentives? How can we invite citizens to evolve? And what is the reflection? You know, we cannot leave citizens without values in their production. So there is all reflection to be had, you know, and pedagogy, how to communicate with the largest number on the facts we shared today, but on how do we ensure that there will be more projects, because there is the capital, but these projects are there. So how do we get more citizens who will work as well, so that to make things move forward? So this is change management, incentives, whatever. So this could be the main topic for me, because in terms of technology, we have solutions. Now let's increase the speed and the scale. Thank you. Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Rencontres économiques d'Aix.
vous entende bien dans toute l'attente. Il faut que le micro y soit.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for attending our round table, which is on the theme of towards more tax fairness. And so we're happy to be here in Aix. We're going to be talking about tax justice, which is a question in the news, of course, today. So we want to recreate hope by reflecting on tax justice. To talk about this, we are very fortunate to have a wonderful panel of specialists with us. But in the first time before I introduce them to you, I'm going to hand the floor to Natasha Valla, who is an economist and president of the National Council of Productivity here in France. And she's going to tell you what the theme is. However, I will tell you who I am. I'm Anne de Guigné. I'm a journalist at the Figaro newspaper. I mean, my specialist field is economics. So, Natasha, I'll let you kick off the debate. Hello. Thank you very much for being here on this session about taxation and justice in taxation. So this is an essential theme for several reasons. I'm a monetary economist, so I link it to currency. But taxation is one functional, institutional facet of public service. So we really are talking about the foundations of states as we understand them today, but it's also a condition for the credibility of currency. For the euro, we've got a stable currency, and we have every trust, every faith in it, because it is a guarantee for the state. So this is a very fundamental issue, a serious issue. It's necessary, therefore, to have a vision on the amount of tax which is desirable and feasible. We're going to be talking about that from different angles. The question of justice in taxation has two facets. On the one hand, there's justice in terms of redistributing the taxes in terms of fairness in a democratic society, but there's also justice in terms of rules that need to be respected, or because some people cheat, of course. So this is a national debate, but it's an international debate also, given on the first instance that taxation can accentuate inequalities from one region of the world to the next, or within one country, and respecting rules which will take different dimensions in different contexts, where Europe, and this is my final comment, Europe is an example or a counter-example, because in this area, which is a common market with a single currency, we have not yet been able to have a level playing field in terms of taxation, which could have made it easier for countries. They wouldn't have been picking one country or another in function of their tax system. So there are many other questions linked to deterritorialization, the economy, and defining a legal entity which can levy tax. And so there are many subjects which can be thought about. The GAFA, the big GAFA companies, and the OECD has talked about international coordination. And so we are working towards major coordination about the world in order to recuperate what has been identified as lost taxation. There are huge amounts of money which are not being paid in tax. And so that's the the backdrop, if you like. Well, thank you very much for that economic note. So we've got our different panelists. They're all going to react to Natasha's opening words and give their opinion. I'm going to introduce you to our panelists one by one, otherwise we'll forget who we're talking to. So I'm going to start with Gérard Beckerman. He's the president of AFER, the French Association of Savings and Pensions. That's a French association there. So having heard what Natasha said, so she has explained to us how complicated this theme is. So I'd like to ask you, Gérard, just quite simply, so how has, we're talking about financial taxation, how is tax a tool for justice? I'm saying it's an instrument for injustice. Who on earth has said it's an instrument for justice? And who said that it was supposed to be an instrument for justice? Here, the notion of justice, if I can dwell on that for a couple of minutes, let me admit something. When it's 40 degrees up here on the stage, you can't really think coolly about taxation, but I'm going to do my best. I thought I was going to be talking for an hour, but in fact I've just learned I've only got 3 minutes. So I'm not going to read what I prepared, and I'm not going to tell you everything that's in my mind. Let me just tell you, because I must appear very learned here, let me just tell you what is accurate, what is fair is what complies to the law. But Plato says that the law has its moods. The judges, as Mirabeau said, the judges have to have a good night's sleep to be able to come up with fair decrees. Law has to be thought out properly, just like degrees, kilometers, etc. It has to be changeless over time. However, the law is flexible and it evolves, so that's the first consideration. Justice. Let me take an example of Aristotle. And as you can see, I've been reading my major writers. He's looking at a child playing up pickup sticks, and so that the boy was cheating, and he was going to win the game. So the concept of justice is debatable. It evolves over time. An idea which comes to mind is that notion of money, revenue, estate, and we here are all economists. We think of one thing. We think that money has two exceptions. Either we are the owners of revenue, and there are considerable inequalities, enormous, particularly here in France, and there is a lot of work to be done. However, that's not all. Money, revenue, estate, we can consider that a household uses revenue. It's a consumer of revenue. And when I see that the caretaker of my building's got an iPhone, the most recent edition that I don't have, she goes on holiday just like I do, that there has been an amazing improvement in her life conditions over the last decades, and perhaps I would prefer to be poor today rather than rich under the former regime. So there is a huge convergence of ways of consuming over time that explains that there are very small inequalities when you consider a single individual as a user of revenue who remains strong when you consider that person as the beneficiary in full right of revenue. Here, it's never pleasant to wake up in the morning saying to yourself, okay, I'm going to go to work today for my neighbor. There are many, many people here in France who are in that situation today. There is a very strong concentration. You can see the stock market graphs over the past decades. There's a lot of concentration in terms of tax contributions. When your neighbor is a friend or a partner, a spouse with whom you share a home, an individual with whom you share the same values on the modern world, radicalism, minorities. Well, tax is acceptable, you tolerate it, and you're quite happy to wake up in the morning and say, it's not only me who's important here on this planet, and if I've got to work 50% of my days for my neighbor, then I can accept that state of affairs. However, that's not always the case for your neighbor. Your neighbor can be a rival. Your neighbor could be an enemy or someone who is at the extreme opposite of your view of life. And then tax begs question, and you have to be very, very careful. Let's not forget that tax was defined at the beginning of the 20th century. You've got to wrap up. It's all right, I'm done. Tax was designed, or was never designed, as a tool for redistributing wealth. That's just something we've got in our mind. When tax was invented at the beginning of the 20th century, it was a question of giving the state the resources to print money and provide education, healthcare, care for families. It was not designed to be redistributed. I think that was just a whim of the modern day. Obviously a necessity when you take a look at what life is like in France today. But let's not go too far down that road, because the most important thing above taxation is the freedom which binds us together. Thank you very much, Gérald. Your neighbor, Demi Chomelin, is a lawyer. Oops. And perhaps, Denis, you'd like to tell us a little bit about your experience, your concrete experience. You know what tax law is all about. So does it work here in France? Well, it all depends on what you're talking about. The verb work, does it work or not? But there is one characteristic of tax justice which I would like to stress, is that it's not a slack type of justice, as some people might imagine. It's extremely repressive. This is justice which examined several times, because it's tax and it's penal also. And there are penalties which can go up to 80%. And then added to that, you've got criminal threats, very, very serious, because more and more cases are being opened by the courts. We know that we no longer have that condition which consisted in subordinating any accusation by the authorities. The authorities wanted to be in control of this thing, but that's no longer the case. And fiscal charges or fiscals give rise to 7 years in jail, for example. Quite recently, it was higher than that. It could be twice the amount of tax that has not been paid. So the weapons are now quite powerful. Last year, the amount for tax fines was 14 billion euros. 14 billion euros, that's 5 billion more than the justice budget. So we're talking about macroeconomics here when you're talking about 14 billion in fines, in tax fines. So that has an impact on the economy. And this will continue like that. And the situation will increase. So justice skims over twice, but it can act in a rather unexpected way. And here we could talk about criminal chapters here. But if there's no tax sentencing, there can be something else which is to do with laundering. there's the problem of laundering and self-laundering. As a tax evader, you may not be taken to court for your tax evasion, but you can be taken to court for having laundered those ill-gotten gains. So it's kind of a hazy kind of concept, but the sentence can be more than 2.5 times the amount of tax which was not paid. So the justice is striking hard. And a final point, just to respect my 4-minute window, it's justice which can be retroactive. And that is quite an amazing thing. 10 years after the act, because 10 years after the justice, the laws courts can deem something illegal when 10 years previously it was not. Let me talk about tax optimization, which hasn't got a rosy future ahead of it because it's a question of the responsibility of the professionals, etc., and many other problems. But more and more mechanisms which were legal, which were for tax optimization, are now being seen by the tax and criminal authorities as illegal, and that means that actions taken 10 years ago can be punished. They were adopted under a law which was different. So I think that justice here works well, and from day to day, this is my every job, and it's justice which has certainly needs to improve. We're going to be talking about those issues of the international stage. But there are some gaps. But let me tell you that last year, the Financial Court and the tax office, Bercy, tackled a big case of price transfers, and gave a fine of €1 million, which is quite a substantial amount.
So it is a justice that is growing, that will be more and more stringent, and there's a lot of surprises in reserve. This presentation of recent evolution of, thank you for this evolution of fiscal policy. Now, the politician, Yves Turner, you're member of the National Executive Committee of the French Communist Party. We'll have a discussion afterwards. I will not ask you what you thought of the first two presentations, but possibly, maybe have you, in all the articles of the Figaro, I say France, country with the highest tax rate, very redistributive system. And when we talked to you, said, no, there is a major problem of redistribution. So maybe I'd like to ask you, so why? Do you think the system should be even more redistributive? There could be a system of taxation and injustice in the distribution, in redistribution. It's the case of the French system. It redistributes in the wrong way. And the redistributive tax is a tax which will ensure equality, but possibly will correct inequalities of revenues, primary inequalities of revenue distribution, but the French system, be it for businesses or for household, redistribute the wrong way around. We can say that the larger you are, the less you are hit. For businesses, the business tax is about 25% for SMEs and is less than 10% for international groups. So can hear that there could be some progress on multinationals, but we far, even with 14 billion, we away from the 80 billion of tax evasion now for household. I refer you to the studies from Gabriel Zuckman, who told us that the 370 richest household has a tax income tax 2%, and the 30%, and the most fortunate has 0.02% income tax. So we don't redistribute in our country. So therefore, how can we change that? We have to restore the progressivity of tax. The income tax, which is the only progressive tax, which has been destroyed in time by the increase of indirect taxes, which are unfair because they hit precarious household. Well, we have to restore progressivity. This is the key word. And then, of course, we need to remove the flat tax, which is by minimizing financial revenues at 30%, spares the mega fortunes which have less tax than the employees who have higher taxes. But let me conclude by it's not just the redistributive function which is important for the tax, it is also the incentives to proper behavior. And the way tax money is used. So fiscal tax justice is redistribution, incentives to good decisions, and how the taxes are used. Well, in terms of incentives, well, for companies, they have to change their strategic decisions. For example, we have to find forms of modulation of business tax with incentives for employment, training, which will make sure that people will not be tempted to do delocalization, and which foster ecological transition. For the utilization of tax, what's important, because it is the basis of the acceptation of tax, having the feeling that my money, what do you do with my money? Well, we can see at the same time a degradation of public services, health, school, and on the other side, expenditures which are totally inefficient. And I want to mention the 160 billion of public support to businesses which have to develop employment and which in fact offer no counterpart for employment, salaries or ecological transition, and which is totally inefficient. It has been mentioned not only by the unionists, but by unofficial reports such as the report of the National Assembly or even the Court of Auditors. Thank you. So we can summarize by saying that you will be very much for a favor of the tax on fortunes. Xavier Doubeng, you're a lawyer in merging and acquisition, and you are less enthusiastic about the works of Zickman and others. So when we talked, we said that for you inequalities, is not where we say. So could you develop on this? Where are inequalities in the tax system today? Injustice is a feeling. We depend on the situation of the speakers. On les entend pas. It's been measured by several studies that 75% of the French said that tax system is unfair in France. It's a disaster because tax is it's the problem of being together. We create citizens. We want to participants to social good and social. Il parle pas dans le micro. Well, in France, instinctively, you could say, okay, it's a country which is redistributive. 3/4 of taxes on revenue are paid by 10% of the richest people. We take the rich to take to the poor. So, and then we classed in France as indicators that the inequalities are higher than other countries.
So one could say that it's the rich who think that tax is unfair in France because they contribute more than other people. But in reality, the perception is the opposite. It's the working classes who answer to these questionnaires and saying that things are very unfair in France. There's one illustration which is quite clear, and I can't show it to you, unfortunately. And which shows that in a very clear and visual manner that the major injustice comes from the fact that social charges, social costs, for 99% of the people, they constitute the most of their taxes, whereas for the rest of the population, it's only 60%. So if you are to compare the way people talk about taxes and social charges are a tax, then they weigh much more heavily on the working classes. So perhaps it's that creates that notion of injustice. One must wonder, why is this so very French? When you look at the States, for example, where Social Security is private, healthcare, pensions, and school mostly, and tax is much lower. Everyone pays about 25%, more or less. But on the other hand, the cost of healthcare and pension are private. They're very, very expensive. And one could say that that's what social charges are for. That's to spread those costs among the population.
But in fact, we can see that's not the case, because in fact it has an impact on the active population and strongly on the lowest incomes. And so it is counter-redistributive, because those are, in fact, those people that could benefit from this. In fact, they have less benefit. You know, there was a Multi-Institute study that took the Seine-Saint-Denis, which is the poorest department in France, and in Seine-Saint-Denis, it is one of the 10 first 10 contributors in France. In absolute amount, the inhabitants contribute more than they receive. So here is a department with people who are poor, who contribute more to social security than they receive. So when you look at the way pensions are financed, it's quite logical, because those are the youngest department and more workers and less pensioners. And then you end up having people who earn less than the average, who financed pensions. And the pension, when you look in France, which is 103% of minimum between 65 and it's 70%. So it's 70%. So we work in this working class to finance pension of people who earn more money than you do. So in a way, I agree with the fact that taxes are not sufficiently redistributive in France, and it is a social pact to restore, when we know social tension in this country, so that they will be taken at the right place and distributed at the right place. And social charges without French specificity, well, you know, do not help to increase the tax amount, because it reduces the credibility of French companies. With less competitiveness, we have less tax, and less tax, we cannot redistribute as much. It is true that it is important to talk about social contribution. We talk about taxes in France. It is one of a major aspects. Thank you for mentioning this aspect. So, Sébastien, now, Sébastien Pabier, your partner in a financial and economic practice in QC. Sébastien, I mean, we've mentioned, you know, we've talked about the international tax system. We'll talk about the GAFAM fiscal policy. Well, you know, for the last 3-4 years now, we've been talking a lot about, it's one of the French fight to create a nominal tax for GAFAM. There are a lot of discussion. Okay, where are we? Where do we stand? What's the situation of this GAFAM tax, and your views? What should be done? Thank you. The GAFAM tax, the subject of the GAFAM, the tax, and then major international corporation is at the heart of the tax justice. So I'd like to start by discussion of perception, you know, feeling. You talked about the perception of tax. If we were to do a survey today in the room on that very topic, if you were asked, do you think that the GAFAM or major French corporations pay their fair share of tax? Well, the most of the answers would be no. Then if you were asked, do you think that those large multi-corporations should be addressed more fiscally? Well, you should say yes. This is anchored. It is results from a lot of things due to the fact that those companies have social head office in Ireland with lower taxes and in Luxembourg. But yet, or in the Netherlands or in Luxembourg. But when we look at the nature of our exchanges today, to see aspects which are less known on what states do on this topic. States have moved a lot, especially because of the EOCD, which was a major actor in multilateralism. So what did we do since the financial crisis? They worked on the tax transparency, on reporting, on the regulation framework to prevent aggressive fiscality. And as Anne said, major projects in terms of fiscal multilateralism are being discussed. You probably discussed it. Minimum tax at 15%, which would condemn all the tax in terms of attractiveness, because there would be no interest for the enterprise to position the holding in these countries, because the differential between 5% and 15% would be found somewhere. Donc, the companies work in this framework. So, questions are, do companies enjoy themselves? Did they basically adapt themselves to the environment? Denis mentioned talking about France and the high pressure that some companies may have. My feeling, my intuition is that, yes, companies have moved, but evolved because of the new regulation. And in that respect, I will take a metaphor as associated with my personal experience in Aix last year. I attended an amazing panel on this topic, politics and economics. Antoine Frérot saying on this topic of a polluter payer, when it will become more costly for a company to pollute than not to pollute, then companies will stop polluting. Well, I want to establish a parallel with taxes. If it becomes more costly to do what Denis reminded us, to a company to be fiscally aggressive versus, not being aggressive, they will adapt themselves. Today, it is very costly to be aggressive fiscally, especially with the retroactivity, due to the penalties and the penal risk which exist in some countries, but also on the reputation. They often work on building their brand, that there could be a name and shame fiscal scandal. And companies have adapted themselves. But do we solve all the problems? Well, of course not. You mentioned figures of tax evasion, optimization, fiscal optimization. Well, there are major pockets. We talk in Africa about the tax evasion, which would be about the total support, development support aid, and it should be treated. So the last reforms in progress. Tu peux lui dire que so it will be better than fair and the balance favorable to development solution, and we need resources to finance their funding. So now, Karim and I will remain on multilateral issues. Karim Daher, you're a business lawyer in charge of public economy and fiscal law. You're a professor of fiscal law. So you're here for the Lebanese Association of Law and Information to Citizens. You represent civil society. Of course, Karim will talk about Lebanon, which is some kind of a laboratory of many contemporary problems, and especially on this issue of fiscal difficulties to fight against tax. In Lebanon, there are many initiatives to try to improve regulations, and I think a lot of evolution. I'll let Karim talk. It'll be more interesting. Thank you, Anne. Sebastian just allowed me is opening me to more international dimensions. So I'm talking about fiscal justice, which cannot be considered with the two concepts, which is vertical fairness and horizontal fairness. That is more often we talk about vertical fairness, which is the progressivity of tax. The one who earns more pays more, contributes more, but we forget that in the very concept of horizontal fairness, those who are in the same situation should pay the same amount of money, or should pay the same tax. This is why I will take you to the other side of the Mediterranean to give you an example, real example of what goes on generally when it comes to horizontal unfairness due to the internal regulation of developing countries, or with low tax revenues like Lebanon, or because of the intrusion of the GAFAM, of the major corporations. Now just imagine that this exceptional event of the Rencontre Économique were taking place in Lebanon. So those who will attend will go on the online booking platform. They don't want to go to hotels, they want to go to flats. They will have individuals, citizens, who will rent a flat for them. So when they get to Lebanon, they will go to the platform to contact another company for online taxi booking. So a taxi will come and get them at the airport, and they come back. They buy a phone card and they come and attend the discussion. In the three cases, what does happen, in fact? Well, the international brand that which made it possible to rent a flat is outside of the tax in Lebanon, because in Lebanon we have an old system and there is no general income tax. So this person is not followed by the tax administration. The entire operation is tax-free, and therefore the international name which made a profit on the transaction is outside of tax in Lebanon, which is almost 25.3% between business tax and redistribution tax. So the economic agent, which will be the owner of the flat, did not pay his tax, which is progressive, which go up to 14%. So the carrier, the taxi driver, did not pay the tax, which could be, a business or a salary if he's employed by a company. So, except that the Lebanon has a tax system which is paid tax for value generated on site, it made it possible it's such a situation that many economic agents do not pay taxes to set, and we're completely outside of the VAT because people are not known from the fiscal, so operation will not be submitted to VAT, and therefore the state is losing 11% VAT.
And so there's a horizontal inequity there, because the economic player who is renting out their apartment is creating unfair competition to hotels. And the hotels have to pay 25% of tax. They have to pay taxes on their employees' wages, but also is unfair competition for those people who are renting their apartments out in the formal way and paying tax. So many of the economic players which are in the informal economy are depriving the state of formal resources. So there's this is a sector where the informal economy accounts for over 50%. The most dangerous thing is this example of the Lebanon is also to be found in other countries. The problem is that it deprives the state of necessary resources to be able to fund public services that enable these countries to give their populations a better life situation, to give them services and quality of life. So all of these people who are in the southern countries head towards the northern countries, and that explains the immigration we see today. So that's where I'm going to come to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Indeed, the issue is very complex. And thanks to you, we've been able to see how difficult it is on a national scale. You have to be internationally coordinated as well. There are political, technical aspects, and that is perhaps why. Well, yes, in the room you'll be able to ask questions soon, but I've got one before. Because these are very political issues, I would like to address you first of all, Evelyne Ternan, of the Communist Party. We've just heard Karim talk about the Lebanon. So what do you think about what you've heard? And do you see any parallels with France? Well, I note, effectively, that there is a small amount of progress in that combat against tax evasion and tax optimization. However, I think that that small amount of progress is not on a par with the tax losses that are incurred. Because if we come back to the OECD reform that you mentioned, first of all, I note that this minimum rate of 15% for multinational companies will become the standard. It will become a benchmark. In the most recent laws, they don't say a minimal rate, they just say a rate. However, on average, rates are 22%. Of course there are tax havens, of course there are countries which strike harder. But on average, it is possible that this reform will generate a reduction in the stance of multinationals. However, the contours are very limited. There are many, many companies who will escape. In order to combat efficiently this tax evasion and tax fraud, there are two requirements. The first is recruiting civil servants for customs and for the financial services. I think there are about 1,000 civil servants leaving these administrations per year. And second point, we also have to involve the employees, the salaried employees. The salaried employee has the right, must have the right to call the legal authorities, because they can see where there are artificial flows of money, where there are patents all of a sudden, as was the case in my region, with going from the company to the Swiss subsidiary because the company's been restructured. So they should have the right to call the legal services. Yep, so we're talking about civil servants. There has been a lot of improvement in digitization. Yeah, but a tax inspection is not digital. You have to go physically into the building. You have to fumble around. You have to do your research. I see a lot of our panelists would like to react. In a couple of words, perhaps, Gérard, you were first to raise your hand. Just take a minute. We've all got a minute, and then we'll open up to questions. So there are a few thousand articles in the General Tax Code here in France. We are missing one article. Article 1. Strangely enough, the code starts with Article 2. And because our Prime Minister is due to turn up here very, very soon, I think I would like to suggest Article 1 for the tax code. For the time being, there is no Article 1. In case of doubt on the interpretation of any tax clause, what must reign is legitimate confidence and trust of the citizens. That would be the one-line article. If there's any doubt on interpretation of tax law, what counts is the trust and confidence of the population. I am stupefied by the increasing gap between tax administrations and our citizens. We are being considered as clients, but that's not what tax is. Tax has to be thought out carefully, with respect for our citizens. We are not contributors to tax. We get the feeling that that's not what it's all about. We contribute a lot, but there are considerable deficiencies. And Madame is right, justice, the police, education, healthcare, territorial defense, currency, inflation. And we are condemned to protect ourselves. And so I wish that we could invent Article 1 to make us better friends with the tax authorities. So we've got 5 minutes left, I'm being advised. Denis and Sébastien, would you like to say a couple of words? Just 30 seconds each. Yeah, just a quick word, if I might. The employees can call in the legal authorities. That happens very, very often. The case I referred to earlier on about that transfer price started by a whistleblower in a company. So it does exist and it does happen. A quick comment on recent progress now. The real progress is the multilateral nature of the debate. Here we can see that President Macron has suggested a worldwide ISF. I'm sorry that we're running out of time. Karine said he was going to answer this question. But however, let's go to the room. Are there any hands raised there? Please wait for the microphone. Ask whatever question you like. Thank you very much for your contributions. I've got a quick question. We've talked about evolutions in repression, in tax cases in France or abroad. We have not talked about another procedure, which is one of negotiation, which can be applied to companies and legal entities. Is this an evolution, or is this a state being submitted to the power of multinational companies? Let's take a second question. There were other hands raised. There we are, the microphone's on its way. I think we've got 2 minutes left. Yeah, a different kind of question. First of all, I would like to thank the only political woman on the stage who really does do politics and is calling into question some of these messages we've been heard for a long time. France is the record holder of taxation. That means nothing in terms of the economy. Of course, this, if we're being so general about things, we have to know that some people pay too much tax and it's unfair, and some people don't pay enough. Those who don't need to pay, who don't worry about it, are paying the least. So that is the challenge ahead of us. We have the environmental, social and economic challenges ahead of us, what with the destabilization today. So is it not necessary that we immediately increase tax where it needs to be increased, i.e. for that minority that has been spared for too many years now? Well, I'm not going to ask Evelyn to come back. That we know what her answer would be. But about the first question, Xavier, perhaps you'd like to chime in here. Well, I've negotiated quite a few deals for these businesses, and it's not the state which is at the beck and call of the companies. It's the opposite. We bring in several billion euros per year, and this tool, the CIGIP, has enabled the state to recoup a lot of money quite quickly in much better conditions than a court case which would last for years. So no, it's not the state being at the beck and call of the companies. 20 seconds left. Karine, perhaps? Perhaps you can say a couple of words? I'm going to leave the floor to Sébastien, but I just want to say that we are here to give a message of hope. That is the theme of this meeting here in Aix. And what I want to say is that for 30 years now, when I was doing my studies in taxation, we had Pompidou said that fraud is to tax what shade is to man. So we have to be aware of this. The states which need to enhance the framework of taxation and equity of justice, and also for the businesses which have to adopt financial integrity within the framework of sustainable development and planetary change. Yeah, I think we all agree about a better redistribution of tax, a fairer tax, less on the revenue of people and higher for those the richer. In France, we seem to tend towards punishment rather than encouragement. I think it's important to commend international measures. Here in France, we're reducing wealth because businesses are leaving France. We are the biggest company to make foreign investments for many, many years. And so we have less tax to give to people who need it. Businesses aren't necessarily an intermediary. The people who pay the taxes are physical human beings. And so I think it'd be better to tax work less, tax businesses less, enhance or increase production, and then find a way of taxing those gaps. Natasha, in 20 seconds, would you like to wrap up all of, in a nutshell, what has been said, making a lightning summary? Well, so many subjects have been broached, but I think the take-home message is that the international agenda for multilateral approaches is an essential condition in order to work locally and nationally on issues which are questions of representation and citizen preferences, on the rate of taxation and the centralization of resources and national production and what we do with it then, and the quality of what we're doing, which is apart from the debate. We've only talked about that lightly, but really that is the second phase of this subject of tax justice. Thank you very much, everybody. It was absolutely thrilling. Thank you, everyone, for listening and participating.
Bonjour à tous. Ça y est.
Good afternoon. Let's start. Let's land on Mars. Apparently, it's cooler. Well, at least it's well. This is this new space, you know, conquest. Well, we thought it was finished, but no. The moon is tomorrow, and maybe Mars, you know, after tomorrow. So let me introduce the member of the panels. You know, first I'll start. Not you at the back, Julien Enodi, who is the local from the company based in France, Ortec. Then next to you, General Michel Fredling, who is now in private business. He has a startup, this new space, which is emerging. Is manager of Lookup Space, more good enough. Stéphane Israël, who is the executive president of Ariane Espace, just back from Kourou. Ariane 5 took off despite the rain, so 117th launch, yes. So at the same time you're relieved, but the last, because it's sad, because the last Ariane 5, waiting for Ariane 6, and then next to me, Emmanuel Méric, who she's based in Toulouse, and she's general manager of Loft Orbital. We'll say a few words, and you, the manager of Loft Orbital. Loft Orbital, what is it, by the way? Well, it is a space infrastructure company. The project is to give our clients access, simple access, rapid to, and competitive to their useful payload, be it virtual or real, or, you know, we do offer services. Gerald Fielding, Lookup Space, what is it? Lookup Space is a simple ambition. We want to be one of the world leaders soon of security and sustainability of space activity in orbit, orbital space activity. To be brief, we'll discuss it again. Basically, to respond to a major change, the almost exponential growth of space traffic and multiplication of players, and therefore we're going head on into a disaster. So if we don't follow all those aspects in real time, anti-collision services will fall 10 years back when there was no space services. We do space surveillance, and Emmanuel, you're the sort of the Uber of space. Yeah, we can say that. Kept the best for the end, the one who will introduce the session, François-Xavier Priolo. Well, he's the mayor of Louviers. He spent 4 nights, of course, with everything that happened, the riots, and you were quite shocked. You didn't sleep for 4 nights, but you're still here. So thank you very much for being here. Tell us why the space conquest. Thank you. So why do we dream so much about space? You know, well, it's great to get a bit higher in the current context. Well, my task is to set the frame of the discussion. So Mars, is it for tomorrow? You'll have the answer in 51 minutes. Well, you need to ask 3 questions. What is at stake today going to Mars? Who are the runners-up? Tomorrow, when? And what does it mean? And is it reasonable? Is it necessary? What for? So who's running there? Well, there are some Cold War taste at the beginning of first or 21st century. And we know space conquest was a geopolitical problem, and we saw that with the moon in 20th century, and now we find the same context. But this time we talk about Mars, with possibly one slight difference between and the change of 20th and 21st century. There are the emergence of private players. There's no longer the monopoly of the main powers or superpower, and now we see sort of democratization of access to space with political and geopolitical stakes, but also political ones with applications and innovation which beyond Mars could be found on Earth. Now, when you say, is it for tomorrow? For a long time, we said Mars 2030. Mars, we've been going there for a long time, but they're robots, you know, rovers, probes. We can learn about our origins, but the topic is that human beings on Mars. Well, 2030 seems to be not even tomorrow, seems to be tonight. And we know that it takes 6 months to go to Mars, so that leaves us only 5 years and a half. So it's not so much the topic. There is not so much Mars for tomorrow, but Mars is reachable. What was not reachable could be reachable. So this could change things to envisage the new stage in the conquest. But now, what for? Well, first we know that life is impossible on Mars. Of course, it is less hot than in Aix-en-Provence, but it's much too cold to remain there. Mars makes it possible to go back to the moon. The moon would be a step to go to Mars, but now the interest of going to Mars is purely human conquest, the fact that to go beyond borders, and therefore we would be explorers, or could we say, well, it's a form of mirage. You know, it's very expensive. Is it useful? Whereas the current topic is more low orbit. We see it with the conflicts, with the new risk in space, and eventually, is it not a form of resignation? We want a B plan for the Earth, but before renouncing the Earth, shouldn't we deal with it properly? Thank you for the Stéphane Israel. Are you running for Mars? Who's doing it? Well, we are indeed in the race, because right now there is a Mars mission in progress called Mars Pull Return. That is, if my English is appropriate, you know, we will recover Mars samples on Mars, and we are sending 3 rockets. One rocket in 2020 sent a robot which landed on Mars, which is happily digging over there. And then in a couple of years, there will be another US rocket that will go and collect the samples. And with Ariane 6, we'll be able to send a vessel in low orbit, which will rendezvous with the vessels carrying the samples, and around 2023 will bring it back to Earth. Now, if Edwig's question is correct, are you in the race for Mars? Yes. Now, if we make a step back, well, the question we can ask ourselves indeed, why Mars? Why is it so fascinating? Well, it is fascinating because it is a planet that can be observed from the Earth, it's a telluric planet like Mercury and Venus. It was habitable 4 billion years ago. So indeed, it can fuel imagination. The problem is that when we take a closer look, it's not easy now. Just like orders of magnitude. Let's take another magnitude. Well, let's see why it's not easy. The space station, the ISS, you know, is about 300 kilometers from the Earth. It is the suburb. The moon is 380,000 kilometers from the Earth. We've been there, you know, as of '69. Mars is clearly another story. Based on the alignment planet is 76 million kilometers and on average 225 million kilometers. So different. And now just imagine an inhabited flight to Mars is a psychological, physiological, psychological challenge, because just imagine that a certain number of inhabitants, you know, will go to 6 months in a confined environment and a year and a half on spot and then 6 months to come back, which of course poses a problem of behavior in such situation. Then when you're on Mars, you're exposed to brutal radiations, temperature. Well, we complain about, you know, global warming. It's on average minus 65 degrees. There's no atmosphere. So if we were going to Mars, the best thing to do would be to dig, to go into caves, which is not exactly the way of life we consider on Earth. So basically, the inhabited flight to Mars remains extremely complex. It's more fiction than reality today. It doesn't mean that it's not feasible. We could imagine that if we spend between 250 and 1,500 billion, it will be possible once all the obstacles will have been removed. But it is something which today is not reachable and not quite for tomorrow. When we went to the moon for the last time in 1972, the Americans say we'll go to Mars in 25 years. Well, it took longer than that. Anyway, we're not there yet. But there's a lot of robotic missions, US, Opportunity, Spirit, Curiosity, Insight, sometimes with French instruments on board. There is the sample recovery mission I mentioned, and then as robotics, it's already there. We are doing this, and we've already gone to Mars. For the Europeans, it's a difficult story. Europeans invested a lot of hope in an ExoMars mission in cooperation between Europe and Russia, and which crashed following the Ukraine invasion. And this invasion took place just a few months before the second part of the ExoMars mission. And the ExoMars mission is completely grounded because of this war. And it is not sure, even though the European Space Agency hopes to be able to redo the mission in another context and possibly in partnership with the Americans. So we shall ever be able to do it. So anyway, 1 minute. So to conclude, I think we can say three things. Robotics mission to Mars, yes. Inhabited flights to Mars, where it's more speculation. If we want to turn Mars into a B planet, wrong move. And if the idea is to go to Mars to run away from the Earth, well, deal with the Earth first. And for Europe, in terms of mobilizing a horizon, accessible dream, it's more the question of the inhabited flight, which would be possible from Guyana with Ariane 6. We know that Thomas Pesquet really wants to take a flight with an Ariane 6 from Guyana. If we do it all, it could be for tomorrow, and it's feasible. Thank you, Stéphane. Well, you answered all the questions at once, never mind. But you did not quite answer. I will give the floor now to General Freeling on the notion of sovereignty. There is a sovereignty aspect essential for Europeans, for the Americans, or even the Chinese or the Russians. Well, you asked me, but I'm a former general. Yes, exactly. Now, truly, there are issues of sovereignty in space, like elsewhere, in new domains, digital domain as well, and space and digital are more closely linked. I like the phrase from the President of the Republic a year in Toulouse said, space is sovereignty of sovereignty, and we cannot have sovereign capabilities to master space and everything that it brings to us. And you know that because of the development of connectivity constellation developed by Elon Musk today with Microsoft Azure, with the GAFAM and Bezos with Amazon Web Service and his Kuiper constellation, well, the Commissaire Breton launched his project of European constellation for sovereign connectivity called IRIS2 or IRIS Square. There is a topic which has not been discussed, the digital infrastructure that will receive all the data from this constellation. Well, there are equivalent projects, especially in China. China will develop 13,000 satellites. We're far from Mars. Mars is 220,000. Now it's 500, it's close space, from the Earth, but this is where the new space economy grows fastest. When we come back to the theme of the roundtable, if I leave aside the philosophical or anthropological mission, Elon Musk will turn human space and interstellar species. He wants to colonize Mars. Bezos is to create, you saw Interstellar, to create some kind of large cities orbiting around the Earth. All this is rather complicated to do, mostly very costly, and I agree with Stéphane Israël that will be cheaper to preserve the Earth than to make Mars inhabitable. But anyway, the question it raises is that the objective is to see what it calls in terms of technology development and research, and we are in near space and the moon. Even the moon is only 3 days from the Earth, so the space applications today that provide space capabilities to our daily life more and more, you know, are innumerable, and we've seen for the last 20 years a strong disruption of the entire space ecosystem, because apparently, as you said, it was mainly institutional players who were in space. Now they're private players who take over. So it comes from a revolution made by NASA 20 years ago, which wanted to give to the private sector innovation and to go from do to make do. This is taking place in France and in Europe, and therefore players like a Left Orbital or myself, we fit within this logic, which is supported by France 2030. So we've just finished fundraising in seeding for space tech, second in Europe, and we all have the support from France 2030. We are fully in this logic to support activities or sovereign capabilities, national and European. So we explained the Franco-American society. You are between the two. You're more French or more American? What are you exactly? We international. Space is an international market. Of course, there are sovereignty issues which are essential, but I think talents, markets, when we talk about trade, you know, in the world of space industry, you have to be an initial player if you want to be in competition with the big boys, to be in the same league. Though this space conquest, the will to go to Mars, is it changing reshuffling the ecosystem around the industry, special industry? Well, space exploration, spatial exploration beyond the dreams, beyond the appetite of some people. Well, clearly, it has supported the innovation at every level, and this new space movement we talk about. What is it? Well, it is the advent of new ways of acting, which somewhat transform the conventional space industry with new technologies, which is facilitated by access to space, the cost of which have been significantly reduced with private capitals, which finance all this, and therefore this access to orbit space, well, they are orbital, you know, the case of usage you use every day, you know, connectivity, Earth observation from space, you know, which is key, GPS system, you know, global information systems, geographical systems, sorry. Of course, opportunities for private companies, for startups like ours, well, are huge, with the idea of to be in harmony with the space heritage and this the history, you know, the historics of Europe and the US in space, you know, to enrich and to be leaders in space. Is there a different approach, American or French or European? No, we're not. We're not here to oppose France. No, just are there differences? Are there differences? Well, it all depends on what we're talking about in terms of funding, in terms of history, modes of operation. Clearly, the US were one step ahead in terms of private funding, which feed space industry, public institutions, which made the choice to have private investors, as Michel said, you know, to make do rather than do, and things are coming to France, to Europe, and clearly we got public encourage market and institutions, special institutions, the CNEC, which will delegate to private players and to the smallest private players, not just the Ariane, the Prime, but to make the choice of small launchers, and who want to support this approach. And yes, in the US, there has been clearly, they were ahead of Europe, Today, Europe is catching up. We're in an acceleration phase supported by the political institution, France 2030, by the European Commission, and I think all this will foster the advent of great businesses and entrepreneurial projects. It's interesting to see the number of startups where all the companies that develop. Julien and Audi from Ortec. Initially, you were not much in space industry, but slowly it will become. Can you tell us why? What do you do? And what attracts you in space? Some of you were looking at the taking off of Ariane 5, and again, congratulations. Where we were looking at the departure of satellite Euclid. Euclides was launched from SpaceX. The wiring engineering was done by Ortec teams based in Romania. So it is a domain which today is a modest domain for our applications, for activities, but yet which is gaining importance. We're probably the only player at the round table who is not specialized only in space, because Ortec is a family regional business. We're 12 kilometers from Aix, but we are in 25 countries, 14,000 employees working with us every day to support our clients in engineering, construction, and maintenance of their applications. And space for us is something, in terms of technology and technique, is very demanding, driving. And this topic of this roundtable is really, questioning us, because we all always looking at what goes on Earth. When we talk about Mars and space, well, mechanically speaking, everybody can look up and ask questions which were discussed early on. Sovereignty, access, technology, dream as well. The dream of a few entrepreneurs, no matter how good they are. Is it something, should it be the dream of mankind? Those are strong questions that we ask ourselves. It should be the dream of mankind. Emmanuel Beric, the dream of mankind or not, to go to Mars? No. Stéphane Israel. We'll come back to it, but simply to do a little test. Fiction is great because it fuels your imagination, very powerfully. Should it become a reality, I'm more skeptical. But is it a dream of mankind? This is what, is it a dream? Is it the dream of mankind? If it is a dream, yes, no problem. No, I think it's a fantasy, because it remains a fantasy in the literature, in the cinema. It's Mars, but I think what mankind should dream about is to be able to see the Earth from space. The first man who did the extra vehicle in space was a Russian. Russian won all the first steps of competition in the 50s with the US. First satellite, first man in space, first extravehicular, first women in space. Americans reacted first on the moon, then they won. But so this first man who did the first extravehicular travel on space, which was very, very dangerous. He almost never got back into the satellite, and he says, seen from the top, this planet is beautiful. And I think this is what should be the dream of all. This planet should remain beautiful. Julien, Ernodi, yes, no, dream should be a dream for humanity, for mankind. Is it not? I share the fact that it gives a new inspiration, but now an end purpose in itself, I'm not sure. Sans Xavier, the dream is to go always further. So if we go to Mars, we'll dream to go even further. Yeah, are you dreaming about Mars, you, the audience? Should we go, not go? Don't want to go. No, just to see. Now, Stéphane Israel. Concerning the ecosystem, the new space, we can see that it is most important. The private players play a role. Madame talked about Musk. Clearly, he played a role. You know, we won't say to you because it gives you, it's hitting you every day. So for the Europeans, but anyway, this ecosystem, is it important or not? Oh, it is most important. Innovation. It is important, the fact that now, beyond the major players who did the European space conquest, it is very good. And I think it would be a mistake to oppose them. The example of Loft Orbital shows that you have strong link with Airbus. We send startups into space through the group launches we do. I'm thinking about OnSig Labs. We send satellites, they're off. We had discussion with Exotred. It would be a mistake to oppose the two systems, but after that, well, we should not be let's not be naive. In the US, there are two things that do exist in public capital and private capital investment provided by US institutions in SpaceX are huge. Last year, $6 billion of dollars into SpaceX, especially for the going back to the moon. And it gives private capital the appetite to go there. So it will be a European way, but it will be different. But yes, there should be new players. There should be private capital, but we always need players who succeeded and strong public commitment. It would be a mistake, major mistake, to think that we can do without public commitment. Should we go to the moon? Should the moon, can the moon become a launching pad to extract natural resources in a rapid horizon? Or Michel mentioned it earlier. Well, it is true that the moon is easier. We've been to the moon before. We will go there for reasons of rivalry between the Chinese and the Americans. The moon could be a great base to go further. We can make water on the moon to produce energy. We could go back to the moon to go further. But although I don't believe on the Mars habitability on Mars, I do believe in a cislunar economy. And between the Earth and the moon, there will be more and more things taking place with forms of permanent habitat. And it is the whole Artemis program of NASA. NASA talked a lot about what it called the journey to Mars. And in a way, it has landed, going back to the moon. It is the Artemis program. Now the question for the Europeans is to be present in the program. You know, in the exploration, the Europeans are not present, and today there is a will to have more European ambition. And then on the moon, there are resources, and then what really makes me dream is that we bring helium-3 for the moon, and we could solve our energy issues on the Earth. Because indeed, and this is what gathers us, if we love space, is because we're very attached to the Earth. And if you can bring helium-3 from the moon, that would be a breaking point in terms of energy policies. But we're still far from that.
Well, it's funny. I was speaking to this with the general manager of the European Space Agency, and he was saying that no, it's going to happen within 5 years, 6 years. It's just on our doorstep. Well, the fact of going back to the moon is underway, of course. We've got the American rocket, which is huge, and it's already had a first launch. There's going to be a second launch, which will give an inhabited journey around the moon. Then there's going to be a third launch to go to the moon. But looking further into the future, we're talking about bringing back resources from the moon to the Earth. That's much more distant. Mr. Frieding, do you think this trip to the moon is very, very imminent? Or settling on the moon, rather? Let me come back on that word conquest, space conquest. It's, you know, it's a good way of tackling this question. As Stefan Israel has said, there is a competition. And because of the 67 treaty, the Loon cannot belong to anybody. No heavenly body can belong to anybody or any country. And so the Chinese have ambitions, as do the Americans, to go to the moon without saying it, but they want to have get their hands on the resources of the moon. So there's a kind of territorial battle going on space, on conquest of the moon, but they're not their own. They're not the only ones. We have big companies, big other Arab countries, for example. Saudi Arabia is looking at the moon. India also. So there is competition, strong competition. I think that the competition has been stoked up because there's a strong rivalry, and the moon was the stop-off point of Russian domination in the 50s in space. So they had the different programs, including Apollo, which back in 1958, NASA, BAPA, and they were launching programs which enabled the Americans to win that battle. Today, the Americans are very threatened in their domination of space technology, commerce, etc. And so restoking the conquest of the moon was an idea of Trump, talking about it for 2024 and beyond. This was a mission which was confirmed by Biden's administration, and it's the notion of commercial competition. Of course, behind there are technological apps and technology, but first of all, it's a geopolitical issue. Yes, obviously. So, François-Xavier Piolot, do you want to add anything to that? Well, yes, everybody has to participate in the competition, whether you want to go to Mars or the Moon or not. You just cannot afford not to be part of the competition. So you cannot just stand by and watch. Julien Enodi? Well, I think the theme of this roundtable is what is Europe's ambition for space in general? Will we have any space missions? When you look at France, with all of the things at stake in terms of energy, these day-to-day challenges that we face here, there are 37,000 engineers graduating every year. In China, there's 1.3 million. The States, about half the number of in China. So we lack technical skills to carry out those projects to the moon or to Mars. It really is important to take stock of that. We can't be ambitious if we don't have the resources. The main resource is human beings, these young students, particularly young girls. In middle school, we need to channel them into scientific subjects, because we need to have people who can lead these projects, and as a service business, that's our mission. We need to help these projects to come to fruition. Our main difficulty is to identify the individuals, find people. Emmanuel, you face the same challenges, and I want to ask you what kind of demands you receive from your clients. Are their requests changing? They want you to go further each time? Our clients, no, they don't always want to go further. They just want things to be ever easier. That means that when you send an infrared camera or an optical sensor or a hyperspectral probe into space, well, in the past, in the space industry, you would design, you'd have the engineering, you'd think about how you're going to launch it, you'd carefully pick your diversified teams. But today, what we do is, let's say, we take care of everything from A to Z, of design to launch, putting it into orbit and everything, and we give you the tools so that you can focus on the data that will be generated by your payload. So we are in a market of data generated by these satellites. Is observing the Earth, satellite navigation, all of this data which is generated by these constellations of satellites, 10, 20, 200, 500 satellites, you can pick as many as you want. So I think today my clients want to have access to space which is faster and cheaper. So Stéphane, Israel, you've got the mic, so I'm going to ask you first. Going to Mars is all well and good, but we've already destroyed our own planet. Are we going to start destroying the rest of space? We've got satellites dodging all over the place. Are we not going to destroy the moon and then destroy other planets? A planet called Mars, for example. Is there not... that must take up a lot of energy to go into space, to Mars or to the moon. I think the challenge of the environmental point of view really is to protect and make sustainable these low orbits. We talked about 1,000, 1,500 kilometer orbits. These orbits are the place where most satellites are deployed. Before, satellites were in geostationary at 36,000 kilometers from the Earth, but now there are thousands of satellites in low orbit, and so there's that question of the sustainability of these orbits, to make sure that there are no crashes between satellites, and then the problem with debris. And there's also going to be a whole economy for protecting this low orbit. We're going to send a Swiss startup which is going to go up to orbit to pick up all of the debris, to clear the way. So that's a responsibility of our generation and the entire space ecosystem. Not to export more things to the low orbit that we haven't done properly on Earth. I think polluting Mars is not a problem today. I think we have to make sure that in the future, if we want to exploit that orbit, it will be important, because the low orbit will make us better connected and we can observe better. Before, satellites had kind of crude resolution, but today a satellite can observe at a scale of centimeters. In the past, we didn't use satellites for, or rather, we didn't use satellites for internet connections, but now we are. And so Michel Friedling has mentioned the need to render this orbit very secure, and we're all responsible for that. Well, could you have a launcher that would work with an e-fuel, hydrogen, for example? Well, the question of pollution generated by launchers, well, is kind of a drop in the ocean, if you like. It's said that an Ariane flight would emit the same amount as an Airbus crossing the Atlantic. So it's not that big. I don't think that the pollution generated by our activities are the real trouble. That does not mean that we're not addressing this question. And we do want to be cleaner, and we are going to have propelling forces which are going to be cleaner. We're going to be abandoning these powder propulsions. But we have to protect the planet thanks to satellite services. So for the time being, the environmental footprint is positive, but we're all talking about how it's like the far west out there in the low orbit, and our rivals will be sending lots of satellites up there. I think we do know that Starlink is begging a lot of questions about sustainable space. Michel, yeah, I really do want to make sure that everybody understands what has just been said. So how the increasing importance of what space gives to us. We don't really realize what it does give to us. Today you've got services which enable tens of thousands of farmers in France to measure quite precisely the amounts of fertilizer and pesticide that they need to scatter, because readings have been taken from space that give them the hydric stress measurements, etc. So they can calculate how much they need, and they can minimize the use of water. They don't waste water. And remote education, remote healthcare example. In India, for example, a very, very vast country, you've got applications which can survey big infrastructures in real time. We do economic intelligence, economic analysis, and we can help investors to make the right investments in terms of the available stocks of oil. There are tens of examples like this. So that's the first point. The second point is that, as we've already said, these space infrastructures are only there to produce data. And in the space economy today, the upstream part, the construction of these infrastructures and the launch of these infrastructures is the smallest drop in that ocean. I think 80% of the economy generated by space happens once the information is back down on the Earth. So there are some platforms being sold as a service, and so the client wants to put a probe up there, capture the data, and doesn't want to be the operator of the space equipment. And the third effect, and that's a congestion of space. Everybody's launching satellites into space. You've got about 2,000. You had 2,000 active satellites in space 4 years ago. It's been doubled. Now it's up to 8,000 today, and it will be multiplied by 4 in the next 5 to 10 years with Starlink, and there is GW, the Chinese constellation, and many, many others. And so that does cause a problem of space congestion. And the debris, of course. There are 40,000 pieces of debris measuring about 10 centimeters, which is a result of human activity or events such as missiles being fired or collisions. So you've got all of those pieces of debris. A debris of 1 centimeter, if you fire it at 28,000 kilometers an hour, it's got the same kinetic energy as a car launched at about 150 kilometers an hour. So the challenge, and this is our job, is to detect all of these items and ward off all of these collisions, which were staged in a great film called Gravity. You see George Clooney and Sandra Bullock, who are facing this problem of debris. So, Emmanuel, does that make you fantasize or dream? No, it's just George Clooney you were thinking of then. Yes, but who wants to react to what Mr. Friedling has just said? You mean about collisions? Well, yes, it's a huge problem that we all have to manage the end of life of our satellites and propulsion into orbit. How do we maneuver in space? How do we avoid debris? Yes, that's at the very heart of our growth. But Stéphane Israël has said that we have brought a satellite out of orbit. So what do you do with it once it's out of orbit? Well, we go and collect it, or well, we bring it down and it explodes once it exits its orbit. It's essential to know that here in France there is a law on space operations which is very, very demanding. We, for example, because of this law, thanks to this law, we also have to, for Ariane 6, we have to bring the upper stage of the rocket out of orbit. That wasn't the case for Ariane 5. So France is at the cutting edge in matters of protecting space, thanks to this law on space operations. And it's true that in the United States, they're less worried about that. And so there's going to be a big challenge there between Europe and the States in terms of space regulation. Madame Merrick, do you want to come back on that? No, I think France is a leader in this field. That's great. The States are starting to regulate, but it is strategic. Julian Enodi. Yeah, I do not believe that the battle to protect Earth is lost yet. I believe that if we take that as a stance, then we have to address different questions when we look at Mars. On the other hand, on the contrary, I think we need to roll up our sleeves. And I think education in maths and technology for the youngest people is really important for the ecology and for Mars. And then there's that question of desirability, the desirability of space. What are we going to do there? What technologies will we need? And what will the conquest of Mars bring? Michel and Stefan have given a few concrete examples so that we better can understand and steer certain machines to be more efficient on Earth. But the conquest of Mars begs amazing questions in terms of technology. And I think that players, we've got two of them around this table, new space but also the traditional space players. I think they will find solutions and will make sure that technical innovations and the different discoveries will help to protect planet Earth. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Are there any questions in the room? I'm not sure that the tablet's working. Oh yes, there's a question there. Perhaps you can take a microphone to that lady. She's in green or blue. Let's switch the mic on quickly, please. Well, we'll see if we can hear you even without the mic. A question about cybersecurity. We've been talking about this on Earth. Are we talking about it in the space industry? So first answer, yes, this is a real topic of discussion. We had a demonstration earlier on. In my previous job, I participated in the space review by the French army, and it was a threat which we identified because it was the easiest one to implement by non-state players. So we had an amazing demonstration by a state on the first day of the invasion of the Ukraine, because the first military act happened in space. It was a cyber attack which neutralized a satellite of the company Viasat, which had taken into orbit a satellite for communications in Ukraine, so it neutralized Ukrainian communication. But there was fallout also because clients in France were also impacted, and it disconnected thousands of wind turbines in Germany. So yes, it is a threat, and it has given rise to alerts by the American authorities and taking into account this problem in a very serious way. Earlier on, when I was talking about those questions of sovereignty, it is very, very important through space and satellites so that we can monitor what our neighbours are doing, to put it bluntly. So this challenge, is this going to steer political or geopolitical issues? Well, I think that what we refer to as military space is an important chapter in the next military programming law. The Minister of Defense here in France had caught a Russian satellite that was spying on our satellites and trying to get data out of it. France is going to send a satellite with Ariane, it's called Yoda, and it will go and do some looking around up there in space. I'd just like to add a couple of words on the fact that space conquest is a driver of technology. Once the Apollo program ended at the end of the 70s in the States, that enabled the Americans to release loads of IT specialists, and then they went on to interview internet. There was a direct link between the supercalculators which they got for Apollo and the advance which they made in internet. So yes, space technology does drive many, many more fields. Mr. Friedling. Yeah, let's understand that space is a global phenomenon. You go around the Earth in 1.5 hours. This is a subject which is interministerial. It's not only the remit of defense, for example. When any satellite goes up into space, it's got civil applications, also military applications. There are tens of private businesses who provide intelligence information to the Ukrainian forces. You can remember, you could see that 64 kilometers of Russian tanks in Ukraine. That photo was taken by a private operator who sells images to the Ukrainian government, and the Russians warned that you may be a private operator, but we're going to tackle you because you are providing military information to our opponents. So you are, in our eyes, a belligerent. So in space, and let me say that law in space is pretty free. You can do practically anything apart from placing arms of mass destruction up there. But apart from that, but you can place other weapons up in space. And so this has been one of the missions that I was given, to try and describe these new threats. And of course, yes, this is one of the capacities which we are developing at the company there, to identify abnormal or hostile behavior. And Julien, perhaps you'd like to say a couple of words. Firstly, I'd like to say, in terms of technology and what we can learn from technology, let's not repeat the mistakes which we made in other technological sectors in the past. The nuclear sector, for example. In Europe, the nuclear industry is encountering difficulties, but let's not abandon it. I think we need to get together and find a European direction for it. But to suddenly stop nuclear energy all of a sudden, well, we've seen the difficulties that that can cause if you try to stoke your nuclear industry up again. So let's not fall into that trap again. A couple of minutes of conclusion, François Xavier, because we haven't yet mentioned China. We've talked about the States, we've talked about the United States, the Europe. What about the Chinese? Are they also wanting to conquer space? And if they are, how far along are they? Well, here again, because of my previous job, this was a subject which the Minister of the Armies was concerned with, and we talked with the Americans about this a lot. China is a concern for the States today. From a technological and economic standpoint, they are very, very dynamic. They cover all, they can launch, they can have flights. They are currently seeing a private sector emerge. There are about 10 or so companies which have raised tens of millions of dollars, and they support state capacity. It used to be a very rigid structure, but now you can see the same thing happening in China as what happened in the United States. Thank you very much. Just a word to wrap this up. Summing up what you've heard, I'm going to try and summarize and try to be very loyal to what I've heard. I heard three questions. There's philosophy, there's sovereignty, and there's usages. The question of philosophy is Mars for tomorrow. Well, that's not really the subject on the table. The subject is, yes, there is a fantasy, it's a bit of a dream. Both of those words were used. It's inaccessible. And so the real topic is, given Mars as an objective, so we will be driving upwards space conquest, and we need that, and we need to train engineers as well, so that we can have things which are useful for the Earth. And there's a question of sovereignty, of course. But above and beyond that, Mars may seem to be way, way far away, but it's a race against time, because the subject is who is going to be the first. And we cannot be absent, even if we aren't convinced that it's a worthwhile objective. We can't stand by and watch. And then there's a question of the domestication of space. And there's a continuum between Earth and space. We talked about the low orbits, and today the question is usage, security. How do we regulate? There are lots of legal issues there. There are all kinds of new questions bubbling up, which are questions of our day-to-day life. It seems as if it's very, very distant, but no, it's closer and closer. Philosophy, sovereignty, usage. Those are the 3 points which I'm taking home from this discussion. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonjour les amis et merci de...
Dear friends, good afternoon. Please take seats rapidly. The Christian de Boisseux, Vice President of the Cercle des Économistes, and I have with me Cheikh Conté, State Minister of the Republic of Senegal. Christine Lagarde needs no introduction. Thank you, Christine, for being with us. And mainly, I would say we are directly connected with President Macky Sall from Senegal. Dear President, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for being with us. Good afternoon to Catherine Lagarde and to... I know you're a friend of the Cercle des Économistes because you came here several times, and your presence is most important for us, even when in this video conference. I'd like to thank Dr. Cheikh Conté for organizing this session. Thank you to Christine Lagarde for being with us. So before asking you the first question, I'd like to express a personal feeling, but shared by most of you, I do believe. I want to tell President Cheikh Conté how we are in admiration before the elegance of his act and his democratic dimension. You will understood what I'm mentioning. I won't go any further, but I don't have to go into the internal policy of thank you on behalf of everything you do. So I'll start. I'll ask the first question with the agreement of Christine. I put the first question to President Macky Sall. Senegal and you, President of Senegal, you shared the African Union for 1 year until February 2023. I have to push you a bit. I'm so sorry. Session is major, but a bit short. Just in a couple of words, what main lessons did you draw from your presidency of the African Union? Thank you. Once more, salutation, greetings to the audience and the participants. I'm very happy to be able to answer your question. During the presidency of the African Union, of course, we had major challenges and global challenges. There was the COVID-19. We also had the impact of the Ukraine invasion, major war, which caused a rupture of supply chains, and of course an increase of agricultural goods, and especially when it comes to fertilizers, especially, but the availability of wheat, which was a major cereal in because of the stringency and the autonomy of pharmaceutical sovereignty, because the COVID has shown that the vulnerability of the continent. We had to work together on all the topics, and on the concerning governance, economic governance, global governance, and the reform of the Security Council, the Bretton Woods institutions to ensure international cooperation and collaboration that would be fair and in compliance with the situation of the world. And of course, the Paris conference last week, or the last 2 weeks, has shown that there are risks of fragmentation if necessary reforms are not made for global governance. The other point, key point of this presidency was the battle for proper energy transition, just energy transition. More than half of the African population does not have access to electricity. And in such condition, if we want to conduct the battle on climate, there must be fairness and climate justice. And this was one of the main topics, in addition to the constant topic against the fight against terrorism. And of course, And I would like to thank all the members of the G20 for having accepted Africa as a member. I'll come back to this point, President, and especially in the discussion with Christine. You talked about the Paris Conference on the financial agreement, New World Agreement, which you attended. And did you leave Paris happy or not happy or unhappy after the conference? Well, I left Paris happy. Progress have been achieved. Of course, progress are not up to our expectations, but progress has been made, slow but certain. So now we got to speed up the movement. Today, if we can implement a device that will make it possible to review the history of drawing rights, special drawing rights, maybe there will be a balance, especially now the Africans can have access to capital markets, and the unfairness of say that developing countries, not just Africa, but when it comes to scoring system, you know, increase the credit rates would make it possible to mobilize more resources and to better develop the continent more rapidly. And this would be a blessing for all the developed countries because it's a huge market, 1.4 billion inhabitants, and 300 million middle class could buy with a purchasing power, but mainly it is also all the opportunities for the construction of a territory of more than 30 million square kilometers. So simply we have to review the condition for access to funding, and Paris has shown the way, and we'll have to follow with all the countries the implementation process. Anyway, I'm happy with what happened in Paris. Lastly, thank you, President. Christine, I could see you during the Paris conference. I saw you on TV. You were there. So, were you happy, unhappy after the conference? One of the main advantages of the Paris advantage was first to, at last, finalize the agreement on the financing of $100 billion for developing countries to help them in their climate transition. It was a 7-year-old promise. It never achieved. It was finalized thanks to the contribution of some advanced economies. The second advance was the conclusion of the restriction of the debt of Zambia, which was a huge site, been on for years, and thanks to the presence of Chinese Prime Minister and under the dynamics of the French Treasury to solve the problem of the Zambian debt. It's not the last one in this domain, but clearly I hope it was it will be a jurisprudence for what remains to be done, and all the aspects of President Macky Sall. President, I'm right to see you. I don't have any Fable de la Fontaine for you now, but I'm sure we'll meet again. So, you talked about governance, the role of Africa in governance. And let me remind you that today there is only one African country, member of G20, we're in South Africa. So of course, Africans like Europeans are represented by the General Director of the IMF and the President of the World Bank. But you know, in terms of countries, there's only one African country member of G20, which seems to be a bit short. So do you think that these aspects on the rebalancing of global governance, on the reform of the financial system, which were at the Paris agenda, the Paris conference, are there any concrete progress, and what should be done to get concrete progress?
Yes, there have been progresses. The members of the G20 gave their agreement for Africa to obtain this permanent seat. And amongst the bilateral agreements, each country had to write and to give its support. So I believe that at the next summit, we will really have our permanent seat in the G20 group. Then it will be up to Africa to see how it can make the most of this seat, because being a member of the G20 means working throughout the year on the various topics, on the various orientations of WTO, of the IMF, on the financial topics. In fact, I would like to pay tribute to what was done at the Paris summit on energy transition. Senegal has said that by 2040 it will have 40% of its energy that is renewable, and we will be have a support of $5 billion to support this energy transition. So for G20, I believe that our plea was heard. Africa was sort of number 8 in terms of GDP. So accepting our continent as that of the African Union was a just decision and a fair decision. And I would like to pay tribute to the countries, members of the G20, who accepted this and now it's up to us to look at the reform of the Security Council, at the management of the energy transition together with our partners. Thank you. Christine, let me turn back to you as the former head of IMF. The hypothesis of having an African person at the head of IMF, is it a short-term possibility? I'm a former general manager of a general director of IMF, and it will be up to the member countries of this international institution to decide that. The sure thing is that African countries have 2 seats in the IMF, 3 in the World Bank. The third one for African countries within IMF should be contemplated very soon, because it would be a legitimate representation of a continent that is extremely important and that should benefit from support, have the right quotas, and have the right representation. Thank you. President, I turn back to you again on monetary and financial topic. Because of inflation, as you know, and there was tightening up of monetary policies in many countries, including in our countries, developed countries, with some consequences for you in the southern countries, where some equity has left your countries, and there's been a problem of a drop in the exchange rates in some of your countries. This inflation, rise in interest rates, equity movements, cash movements, is this a topic of concern for you? Yes, it is, because it's a concern for all the leaders, whether in our continent or throughout the planet, because we've had an exponential movement due to the impact of the COVID crisis. There was a lot of resources injected into the COVID crisis. There was also a rupture in the supply chain, and we didn't have a plan to buy back the country's debt. So at the same time, the financial markets were more or less closed, so to say, because in 2020, 2021, 2 and 3, only 3 countries had access to these countries: Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, and Benin. And the interest rates on these markets was over 10%. So we ended up with the local currency on the internal market, and the central bank increased in its main rates. And there was an impact on inflation, an impact because we lost some of our reserves. So the reallocation of the rights of the monetary rights has to be viewed, because otherwise our countries are going to end up with high difficulties. We have problems of cash and treasury in our countries, and things have to be done very actively. Thank you, President. Christine, let me continue being somewhat provocative. When you're at the head of the ECB, can you take into account the global impact of your decisions? Answer, yes, absolutely. It's something that all central banks do. They all have a mandate, all have a mission, all have a territory to cover. And if you take into account the impact of your decision in other parts of the world, you also have to deliver according to your mandate. And to come back to what President Macky Sall was saying, the allocation of special drawing rights, especially with the two funds mobilized in 2022-2023, was a major progress for the support to developing countries. And some additional special drawing rights were decided. So each country, in as much as they're able to do it, should continue with this allocation for the countries that are in need. President, when we talk about this allocation of 100 billion, and as Christine is saying, this has to become practically to enter into force. Jean-Hervé is in this room. We've been lucky enough for the past 2 years to work on a lot of financial topics. This morning, one of our colleagues was talking about the issues of rating of African countries. Some African countries are not well rated by the agencies. What message would you like to convey to us countries, so-called of the North? Well, thank you. I would like to thank Christine in particular for what she just said. The two funds that were set up, the resilience funds of the monetary fund and the other fund, in order to receive the special drawing rights that were allocated, are absolutely essential. But up till now, up till last week, only 7 countries had been funded, and we need to accelerate the process. And there should be no new prerequisite for the use of these funds. But the countries that gave their special drawing rights should work with the banks to create some leverage and multiply the money by 4, because I can tell you that the needs of the developing countries are so huge that the 100 billion of special drawing rights will not be enough. As for the rest, I believe that one should continue pleading with the rating agencies, because only 3 or 4 give their rating, and their rating are very impactful for our countries, because their rating will define the reaction of the market. To give you an example, if Senegal were to ask for an export credit in OECD, even though the funding brings us back to rates of about 3 or 4% over a period of 10 years, which is not very high, you have to pay an insurance premium that is going to cost you about 12%. So we stand at 13, 14% of so this really hinders the development process, and it hinders the exchange and the investments between the exchanges between North and Southern countries. So we have to work on that so that the Northern countries understand the African companies and apply appropriate funding mechanisms. And the rating agencies should review this notion of risk for Africa, because it's no, in fact, what is damaging is more their perception than the actual risk, because African countries are paying their debts. There's no reason why that you should introduce such parameters, that you have to pay such a premium. Usually you have to pay upfront these 12% before even you can start working. So this is a mechanism that should change in order to increase the exchanges between North and South. Thank you, Mr. President. We have to stop now. We would like to thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. I would like to thank Christine Lagarde. I would like to thank Dr. Chekante, with whom we've been working in a trusted manner for the past 2 years. The new topic is where are the women? So I'm going to leave, but Christine is staying.
C'est parti. D'accord. Oui, elle m'a dit qu'on pouvait déborder un peu. On va pas exagérer.
Bien, bonjour de nouveau à tous et à toutes.
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for coming to this late session. We have a great session, a unique session coming up, even though it has been shortened somewhat by the previous session. The title is Where Are Women? As you see, there are 4 on stage, and that's already quite a lot. And this is something new at X, a plenary with only women. And what women? We have the chairperson of ECB, we have the Secretary General of the International Francophone Organization, and the Secretary of State for European subjects. So 3 remarkable women, and I'll try to show how remarkable they are. by saying very quickly where we come from and where we stand. In 1945, that's more or less where our modern world started, no country had the same rights for men and women. In 2022, the World Bank was monitoring the equality between the rights of men and women on the planet. 12 countries had perfect equality. These 12 countries were all within the EU, including France, in fact. So this is something I would like you to remember, because it's not something that came by chance. Europe is a special place for that, but it means that in 178 countries, women and men do not have the same rights. Would you, this equality of rights, which is supposed to be here, to take place here, does it come up with an equality of chances and careers? Because obviously no, because there's a form of cultural discrimination which is very difficult to shake off. So I'll give you a few words before I give the floor. For the past 40 years, women have had more diplomas than men. They have been more successful at school, whatever criteria you use. And also they succeed better in university. In OECD countries, over 60% of people with a diploma from higher education are women. In France, in the 80s, there was more or less the same number of men and women at university. Since then, women have had more diplomas. In fact, in 2008, the unemployment of women was lesser than that of men because they had more diplomas. But if we look at the number of leaders of European companies that are women, there's only 28%. So there's a mismatch between the greater number of women in higher education and the result in their careers. And 16% of companies have no women in their in their management teams today. So if we look at these results, researching economists have shown these issues because we have the right documents to make a difference between the cause and the correlations. We do controlled exercises and controlled research to have a look at things. So the situation is not all rosy. We've progressed, we've registered progress since 1945. There's still a huge ground to be covered. So I will start with these exceptional panelists who are not only role models and examples, but because of their professional activity, they have a viewpoint on this issue. Mrs. Lagarde, I thought you were going to ask me a question. No. Well, as you're not asking me a question, I'd like to say three things to start with. First of all, to thank the Cercle des Économies, Jean-Hervé Lorenzi and his whole group, because organizing a panel of called Gender Equality, Where Do We Stand? Où sont les femmes? Which is the title of a song in French, which some of you might remember. And it also represents a risk. Because some people who are listening are probably bored by the topic because they feel that it's none of their business. So the challenge we have here is to make sure that everybody understands that it's a challenge for everyone and not only for women. That's my first introductory remark. Second introductory remark, even though I'm a woman, I can tell you that I spend most of my time fighting against inflation. And third introductory remark, to convince the world and the markets that I only take care of inflation. I very rarely talk about the issue of women except on March 8th. But today, thanks to the courage of Jean-Hervé Lorenzi and all the people from the Cercle des Économistes who agreed to approach this issue, I'm very happy to be in this panel with only women. Madam Secretary of State. Well, okay, I just gave you my introductory remarks and I'll come back to you later on. Thank you. I would like to thank the Cercle des Économies as well for this great conversation between women in front of many women and many men who support women. The global landscape is highly contrasted as to this issue of the gender equality and where we stand. I come from Africa, I come from Rwanda. I know our continent, I know the world a little bit. I lived for 22 years in the US, in North America. I've spent time in North Africa, and I've seen a lot of progress. Nevertheless, as to access of girls to knowledge and money, there's still a lot to do. Personally, I believe that the education of girls in the world is key, is the key that will get rid of a lot of locks and a lot of barriers, and that will open a lot of doors. And it's all the more important since the ILO says that 70% of poor people in the world are women. This is not acceptable. In the world, I don't know Europe as well as the rest of the world, but very often we're told about the barriers, the preconceived ideas, and we say that it's due to culture. It's a cultural issue. I don't think it's true. I don't think any culture can give a green light for women to be not to be as well treated as boys, girls not to be as well treated as boys, for women not to be able to enjoy their rights. And it's very important to review the practices and that prevail throughout the world. And as Christine said earlier, it's also a work to be done by men. So let's not use culture when it's just an issue of something that is unfair. The third thing I would like to say is that we must have the political will. I'm a political figure. I worked in the private sector and I worked for a government. The political will is really the most important factor if you want to have the situation of women progress, if you want them to occupy their rightful position, if you want to have the right laws that give rights to women, if you want them to be complied with, and it's important to replace prejudice by action. And if I look at the situation of French-speaking women in Sahel or in Southeast Asia, in Lebanon, in Haiti, women have the same desires, the same aspirations as all other women throughout the world. So what we must do is we must act, simply act. There's no secret, there's no miracle solution. We need to have the political will so that women, starting with little girls, can live in a world where they feel good and where they can, and they do not have this shyness or this lack of positive aggressivity to be able to negotiate what they rightfully should have. Laurence? Mrs. Secretary of State, well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Jean Hervé and the whole Cercle des Économistes for this session. Jean Hervé finally gave in to pressure to organize a great session. Thank you. And I'm going to show him that he was right to do so. I'm going to ask all the population that has 5 years of higher education here to put their hands up. Now only women. You see, there's a great number of them.
Que tous ceux qui sont chefs d'entreprise lèvent la main.
Now those who are corporate leaders, hands up. Now only women. Jean-Hervé, you were right. It's very important because what I'm trying to show you is that the four of us and the women who put their hands up in this room are really the tree that is hiding the forest, as they say. The first thing, Louise, you're a political figure. If we look at what happens in Europe, there are here 4 women heading huge institutions, Christine, Ursula, Odile Renaud-Bassot in BERT, and Roberta Metsola in the European Parliament. But if you dig a bit further, in the European Parliament, only a third of women. In the Senate, only a third of women. In the Assembly, only a third of women. And if you look even deeper, if you look at the commissions of the European Parliament, the commissions are really the places where the laws are being drafted. These are the places where the influence is important. There's almost no women at the head of commissions, no women in the commissions. So, and if you look at the European governments of the 27 countries of the EU, we can see that 2/3 of men have regalian functions and are ministers of state. And if you look at the number of women who are ministers of economy and finance, and I would like to pay tribute to Christine once again, there's only 4 out of 27. So as I said, our tree is hiding the forest, and there are a lot of women who are trying to promote the rights of women, but there's still a lot to do. The second thing that is misleading is that the professions where you have more women are the professions where you make less money. And when you get more women in a profession, the salaries are reduced. And since 2010, in terms of access to education and access to health, and I'm talking about Europe, the number of women has increased. And women with a temporary work contract have 78% more risk of being harassed at work. So, yes, we have made a lot of progress, but as long as we talk about women as the weak sex, they will not be considered as being likely to be in power, because the idea of being in power is to be a strong man, and thanks to Jean-Hervé, we're going to change that. Thank you very much for these first words. Really great. We're very happy to be here, all of us. So we have a more complete vision now about the situation. We know that there have been some progress made, some gains, but we still have a lot of work to do. So the next question is obviously, now what? What solutions can we contemplate? Personally, as there is a discrimination in some professions, this has changed my vision as to quotas, because, okay, quota leads people to say, okay, they're here because we have to fill up the quota and they're women. But if you look at the category of people where the quotas have led women to places where they can be useful, this has shown that it can be, after all, a solution. So let me now turn to Christine and ask her, in your opinion, and in view of your experience in the IMF and in the ECB and as a minister, what political solutions would you contemplate to promote gender equality? Well, I believe we should first of all measure and assess the gains for a society and for the economy of our countries, the gains that it would bring if men and women had the same way of accessing jobs and the same freedom of choice as well, because you're not good or bad if you're a corporate leader or not. The important thing is to be able to choose. So if all this is protected and if women had the same access to jobs as men, we can calculate in the EU that we would have about 10 million more wage earners and a 10% increase in the GDP by 2050, because this would enrich our economies. We would gain new talents, new competencies, new skills. So knowing that this is the way we have to follow, knowing also that women are often, and I think that the example of Rwanda, and Louise will be able to tell us more about this, knowing that women are really stakeholders for peace and a more sustainable peace, we really have objectives and goals to follow. You're a great economist. You know the role of incentives, the role of sanctions. I believe that France has been able to decide on a number of decisions that have meant gained. If we now have 40% women in the National Assembly of the country, it's due to the fact that the texts that were applied and implemented have enabled women to access the functions of deputy. If we have now 45% of women as managers in the ESBF 20, it's thanks to the Copé-Zimmermann law that set up the proper conditions to reach these results. So first thing, set the rules, set up incentives and sanctions, and also set up the right infrastructures. There are moments in the life of parents, I'm not saying of women, but of parents. There are moments when it's difficult to do everything at once. You've gone through that, I've gone through that. And during these periods, you have to have two things. First of all, you must have the infrastructures that will enable to support and help the parents in their mission towards their children. And secondly, you mustn't have mechanisms that will sanction those who decide to take time and stop their careers for 6 months to take care of their families. So these legislative mechanisms or these corporate mechanisms must help mothers and fathers have the same career when they take time to take care of their children.
Third category, important, Louise, is what you call this cognitive, strange cognitive bias, which leads society to consider that women, in their economic contribution, their intellectual participation to panels, as being slightly sub-men. You don't see that today, but trust me, there are a certain number of studies, quite relevant, which have been carried out, which indicate that men and women, by the way, there is this discriminating cognitive bias vis-à-vis against women. And we have to consider that a man or a woman, whenever he or she has demonstrated merits and commitment, can contribute exactly at the same level, and sometimes even better, but not always. Louise, we'd like to have your opinion now. Rwanda, my country, is a country which has decided to give the women the right they duly deserve, including starting with our parliament, which is 63% feminine. But this political choice has been reinforced by the contribution of women in the reconstruction of the country following the genocide, in the involvement of women, political women, for example. 63% of female members of parliament voted very important laws. They did lobbying, they did advocacy, they went around the country and they collected they collected the needs and expectations of women. They took them to the parliament. They passed law, and among the first laws which were accepted and applauded by the country in 2005-6, there was access to heritage for women. You know, with this time it was cultural, but that is, usually it was the boy of the family who would inherit everything and sometimes would share part of the family wealth with sisters or women in the family. This had an immediate impact because in a country where there's been the genocide, the war, there were a lot of problems of heritage, court cases that were endless with family bickering and fights, and this gave better status to women, the fact that they could inherit, even though it was just a little plot of land, in society. This has changed the status of women. These women, well, in parliament, also are certain that they would pass very stringent laws concerning discrimination, against discrimination, or crimes against women and girls, including rape. And with time, society, men, women, have realized that women in Rwanda plays a major role in society. I had the great pleasure to observe, to attend a legislative election in 2008, where men would be aligned behind a woman to vote for her by saying she is educated children of the wide family, because it does happen, of the wider family. She's been able to contribute, economically speaking, to the household. Men explained why they would vote for these women. But, of course, Rwanda is well advanced, but we still have problems. We still have problems of access to finance by women. It is also linked to education. It is linked to the lack of education, especially when it comes to financial, economic, education in science, a major aspect as well. And therefore, I'd say that what we do observe in some countries, that what goes well in France, for example, can we share it? Can we make such practice available to other countries as source of inspiration and adaptation? It is important. And another thing is that some women did great things, and they're everywhere in the world today. And often I'm thinking about women from Kenya, whom I knew well, who was the Queen of Environment and Preservation in Kenya. She got Ngai Babai, Nobel Prize winner. She went around the country by mobilizing the various communities in Kenya so that those communities could claim their needs for environmental protection. That woman in Kenya, she's more than a role model. She changed the lives of Kenyans. She's a resilient woman, strong. Unfortunately, she died. But it's not just her. There are other women who are Economy Nobel Prize. There are women who created universities, women who, I think all those stories, great stories of women, should also be available and shared. One thing that took place in my country was to change stereotypes. For example, concerning the positioning of women in positions usually reserved to men. Police officer, police commissioner, chief inspector, woman was director of a major bank, a commercial bank, trading bank, sorry, Minister of Foreign Affairs. I was Minister of Foreign Affairs. what's important there is that the little boy and the little girl will grow seeing women and men without positioning women in a manner that minimizes them or like was mentioned by the Secretary of State. And it means managing society without making too much noise, you know. When little boys see a woman head of, police, chief inspector or mayor of a large city, well, they grow up with this experience. And in their own lives, in their own professional lives, even in their household, there will be another view on what is the woman and what the woman is able to do. Laurence. Difficult after the two previous speakers to add something. Well, first let's start with do sessions where we can share our experience, our understandings, and our policies. I think it's right to say, and Emmanuel, you said it initially, there is a lot of regulation, law, legislation, which move the cause of women, quotas, will improve the cause of women. We were all reluctant initially, but it does work. You all said things which, in my opinion, when we see in France, we will advance on quotas. In Europe, too, we got regulations, legislation will facilitate parental vacations or leave. We got feminist for 80 years. It does work, but something remains that most important is the perception of women and the perception of society. Do you remember when Larry Summers explained that we women, Larry Summers, who we know, Economy Nobel Prize winner, we didn't have a brain for mathematics? When we look at the surveys and studies, women, as you were saying, Emmanuel, succeed just as well as men when we do mathematics, French, science. And Marianne Bertrand, who's another economist, amazing because we are in the circle of the economy, shows that girls who are in business schools, non-mixed business schools, don't ask themselves the question. They do more math, more science. So I'm not saying that we should stop mixed schools, but they escape stereotypes and they can really go full blast. Another thing, we talk about politics because Christine was saying participation of women increases the GDP, employment, and creation of wealth, and what we can share. In the US, studies were carried out. We look at the way the participation of women changes politics. What we found that women raise more money for their political campaign than men. That's the first thing. Second thing is that they pass more laws than men. Not do they pass more laws, but since usually they work cooperative, and you talked about that, they co-signed more laws than men. But in addition, they have the laws voted more than men. So we should all accept that we are at least as efficient, if not more, in politics than men. And this was said by an American journalist called Tony Donkopi. So what I want to say here is to follow up on what Christine said. Women should make their own choice. There is no guilt to experience if you love working. There is no guilt to experience if you spend your time with your children differently from other women. There is no good jobs for women or bad jobs for women, or you have to be a teacher, you could have the same holidays than your kids. No. And not only there is no sort of a women assigned business or stereotypes, but, and I think there is nothing better for children than to have parents who are happy in what they do, and when they have time with their children, they really spend their time rather than thinking always, I sacrificed myself for you. So for me, what remains to be done is that all of us here, when you talk to your children, when you meet students, when you talk to your nephews, the friends of your friends, you tell girls that they can and they can choose They should not, but they can choose. I'd like to come back to why collectively should we integrate women? Well, that was the something that Christine Lagarde mentioned. Well, and in fact, in my domain in economy, we can study ourselves. What we see, what we see is that in fact women and men do not pay attention to the same things, and this is true in their studies. Most of the doctors today are women, so women naturally go to healthcare. They go more easily to literary discipline. This is where salaries are lower. This explains part of the fact that they have on average they earn less money. And there is this way to understand problem in life, to address problems in life, which is different. Well, anyway, in economy, we don't study the same thing. We got a Nobel Prize winner, Esther Duflo, who did development economy. She didn't do macroeconomics. Very few women do that, actually, not enough. And this, of course, has an impact on the type of results we will obtain, because less represented in the authorities. And in the US, for example, when they are interviewed, researchers, they have a vision of the world which is different from that of men. They don't think that markets are very efficient. Of course, they think that there is discrimination. They experience it, The US is a highly discriminating country against women, so they feel the discrimination and they see the inefficacy in the markets. It has an impact on economic policies, because if you think markets work alone, well, you don't implement the same public policies as if you think that they don't work alone. So these are true consequences for everybody. So the fact that the understanding of problems and what's important to study or not, well, it's not the same thing when you're a man or a woman. Second thing is that if you look, and this has been mentioned, violence. Well, 5% of inmates are women in France. 95% are men. They're more violent than women, statistically speaking, and it has plays a role in politics. It's important to have women who will negotiate at the highest level of the state. They're more cooperative as well, to have a more peaceful world. Balance between the genders, would be good for the rest of mankind, and not just for a question of justice, but also for issue of economic efficacy. If you'd like to come back to this question of what can women bring to the world economy, because it's a conference on the world economy, I'd be quite happy to hear your vision. Si tu ranges So there are 10 million jobs, 10% PIBs. Okay, what I'm interested is to do a call. I'm calling on the people here. The participation of women in the economic studies is very gendered driven. And it would be most important that young women should go towards disciplines which are often considered as male-driven macroeconomics. We write in it, monetary specialization, financial specialization. Usually they are full of men and very few women. So to such an extent that you said it early on, well, figures vary between 55 and 60% of women have a higher education diploma, and therefore the difference with the differences are men, and the women researchers are 30% of the world population of researchers. So there is a first loss in this domain. When it comes to women researchers, it's down to 25%. So clearly, young girls should get involved in economy, so that afterwards they can join financial domains. For example, a dream to be able to hire more young economist women. Boys do not always agree when I say that, but never mind. we had we created special grants to enable young girls who study economy to go to the end of their economic dream, and especially when it comes to macroeconomics.
Les laisser s'écarter de ces matières.
We shouldn't let them lose these topics. We have to give ourselves the means and the chances to get there. So several institutions, including the European Central Bank, have set up quotas. We have doubled the number of women in higher functions of ECB. And in 2026, we will reach our target, and we're working to get up to raise in the pipe, so to say, competent women who are qualified and who will be the managers of tomorrow and that can replace us. And it's absolutely essential to invest in their future and to trust them, to give them the courage of shining through, because they have the right talent. I've been working in these highly masculine environments for 40 years and defending the cause of women. I haven't seen a young woman wherever I worked, whether it be in the private sector, Ministry of Finance, IMF or ECB, coming to ask me a greater bonus or a greater increase in salary because they felt they deserved it. I've had tons of women, tons of men asking me that, but no women. Louise, I'd like to mention African women in small stores and SMEs. It's a world that gets countries living in Africa. Women who get up early in the morning, leave their village with their large basket full of tomatoes, potatoes, and who go to the market. I believe that we should take all this into account. In the International Francophone Organization, we have a small project we give out small amounts and larger amounts. We started a fund of 3 million euros during the pandemic. It's not much if you take into account what has to be done. And since 2020, I've been visiting the beneficiaries of this fund in the various countries, Togo, Lebanon. I went to Cape Verde a few weeks ago. And these women, they do absolutely great things with very little money. The equivalent of a restaurant ticket in Paris has 2 or 3 families living with it. So recognizing the role of these women who do these small actions, sometimes very informally, is a great contribution for their countries. I don't know if Christine has lived through this, has seen this experience when she went to the various countries. But these women do not receive the applause, the appraisal that they should have, and the regard that she should have. And they're present everywhere in the world. So I just wanted to attract your attention to these women because they're extremely brave. And sometimes these women have a minimum level of education, sometimes absolutely no education. I personally think that women are born intelligent, but never mind. It's true when you see women, what is called village women in our southern countries, when you look at them handling a smartphone, it's incredible. They haven't even been to school for 2-3 years. They can manage the studies of their children. They know how to be on time to place their orders. They don't know math. But these women in their daily life contribute a lot, not only to the economy of their country, but also to the development of their families. And I believe that the time has come to recognize the women who work from home and who are considered as women without a job, when in fact they work from morning to evening, and they contribute a lot to the well-being, including the economic well-being of their families. Christine, you wanted to say something? No, I wanted to add to what Louise said. This economic activity is not accounted anywhere, so we will talk about it forever, but we haven't accounted it. Laurence? I just wanted to come back to what you said about the progress that we have registered, to say that we shouldn't forget that an economic or religious crisis is sufficient for the progress in the rights of women to be challenged. We've seen it with Afghanistan, we've seen it with Iran. In 1950, women used to go dancing in Iran, they were like us. We've seen that with Ukrainian women. A lot of them have taken refuge in Poland, and we know that the right to abortion in Poland is not respected, not complied with, and it's all the more important since we always thought that the rights of women would be challenged in the least developed countries, and it's not the case. I would like to launch an appeal. The European deputies have launched something that is called the European Compact for Simone Veil, so that for all countries of the EU, the legislations concerning women were put at the highest level of that they had in any country in Europe. So talk to your deputies about that. Thank you, Laurence. This is a great idea because it's not only in Iran, in Egypt as well. There was a lot of movement backwards, and in fact, the worst situation in terms of gender equality is Middle East and North Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa are more heterogeneous. Obviously, in Sudan it's terrible, but in other countries it's not, like Rwanda, it's not. I don't want to say it's cultural. It may be correlated to poverty, but in very poor countries, the right of women is respected. And you have to understand that when you challenge the right of women, you challenge a lot of communities, in fact, and I believe that the rights of women should be set in stone in order to have a fairer and more efficient society. I'd like to come back to the idea that women, especially, for example, in the US, perform better than men. This is a sign of discrimination. I dream of a day where we won't have these three exceptional women talking to us, but three very average women who will be as mediocre as the men we often hear, because that will be a sign that it's over with discrimination. Europe is like a lighthouse in the dark in terms of the right of women, but nevertheless, there are still issues. So if I try to summarize where we stand in terms of solutions, we mentioned the quotas, and this works, and because you can have the idea that if you put a woman in a given function, it's a disaster. But when you put the woman in that position, it's not a disaster. Laws are voted. You have role models, as Louise was saying, put women in places where they weren't expected. Obviously, when they get there, they're usually exceptional women, because when you're in a discriminatory world, you have to be exceptional to persevere. I noted the issue of of schools separating boys and girls. It might be a solution, even though it will be difficult, because for scientific topics, it seems that women had given up studying mathematics, and this is indispensable for many professions that are not very feminine. And something else was mentioned, accounting for the non-merchant GDP, and I believe this is very important, because when you look at the production, non-merchant production, if you have to invest in something, you should maybe invest in a well and not in a road, because this is where the women spend more time. But if you don't account for it, then your investment decisions will be different. So much for the elements I have noted. Maybe we can have a look last time at whether I forgot something. Christine Lagarde, do you want to add anything to this modest list of solutions? I would be happy to hear you. Well, I believe that we're really trying to open doors that are already opened. The problem is that sometimes they are closed afterwards, and that some women are blocked in their progressions, cannot go any further. So I believe that each one of us, where we stand, should try and identify solutions for support and encouragement. There's a very nice book written by a journalist from BBC. It was Claire Shipman, who's a researcher from Harvard on these issues. It's called The Code of Confidence. And it shows in a highly empirical way and a very obvious way that the capital of confidence you have up till the age of 8, for example, is reduced by 30% between the age of 8 and 13. Your little girls of 9 years old, for example, between the age of 8 and 13, if they wanted to be an astronaut, a firefighter, this confidence that they have disappears. So as parents and grandparents, we must be very careful and must protect the confidence capital of young girls to help them attain their dreams, because as you said earlier, Louise, women are intelligent, they have dreams, they have some confidence. We have to help them, as Claude Biden-Ginsburg said, let them breathe, let us breathe. Well, talking about this confidence issue, don't you think that economics as a real solution? Well, I'm not an expert in education. There may be moments in the life of young men and women where it's better to work separately and to develop your competencies and work in a trusted manner, and then aim towards mixity, which is the principle of our life. If I may, I would like to conclude by mentioning something that I've come across quite a lot with young girls, teenagers, or even older girls. When I was 20 years old, for example, I'd like to mention the lack of ambition. The fact that you hesitate, you're not certain you want to go there. And this is a real barrier for all girls and throughout the world, whatever the culture. When I went to study in the US, I was 19 or 20. It was a totally new environment for me. I came from a small country, lost in the heart of the continent. I got to the University of Delaware, Joe Biden's university, in fact. And there were 25,000 students. I'd never seen anything like that. I was thinking, how am I going to make it? I got here, that was difficult, but now that I am here, am I going to succeed? And I wanted to prove to my parents that I could succeed very quickly because they had spent a lot of money on me, and it was difficult for them to spend this money. I was a small African girl. I came from a very green, sunny country. I got there with a terrible winter. I'd never seen the winter except in the books. And I thought, well, how am I going to get up in the morning? I tried to get up. It was dark. I felt, well, I want to get back to bed. I'll go to class next week. I can't go there today. And I have many examples like this where you think, well, will I make it? Will I succeed? And this is a message for young girls. Go there. Go ahead. Laurence? Not easy after that. Usually this kind of discussion ends up by saying, thank you very much. I owe a lot to my husband who supported me throughout my career while raising the kids. And girls say, don't say that. I would like to say thank you to the role models. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Claire. I would like to thank all the women who are sitting here, who got us dreaming because they were ahead of us or encouraged us, thanks to us, and to the youngsters pushing us. Thank you, girls. Well, this will be the final word. As we say, behind each powerful woman, there is a great man. So let's get going and celebrate.